In today's project, we are going to build this Kanban board using React, Vite, Clerk, DnD-Kit, and Convex. The application will feature Clerk authentication, Convex for our database functions and mutations, DnD-Kit for our drag and drop functionality, and tailing CSS for our styling. To begin, you're going to need the following. You're going to need a computer and an internet connection. You're going to need Node.js installed on your machine. You're going to need a package manager, and in this case, I am going to prefer PNPM. You're going to need a Convex account and a Clerk account. And you're also going to need a GitHub account so that you can have access to the source code, which you can get at this link. And here is a much better demo of the application. Once you log into the application, you're going to have a similar looking screen, only that you're not going to have any tasks on screen. And the reason why I have them here is just for demonstration purposes. So when you create a new board, you can go ahead and create a new board. Let's call this web development. And when you create board, it is going to appear here, and then it is automatically going to be selected. We have a nice looking toast notification, and then we are initializing some default columns here so that you can have some columns to play around with. And then on that board that you've created, you can create a new task. So you can say coffee break, and then let's copy this and paste it here, and then paste it here and here. Let's set the priority to low, and then the column to do, and then create task, and the task is created right there. Now back into this board that I was using for demonstration, you can see that we can have a high priority task, a medium priority task, and then a low priority task, which for some reason I have misnamed them. But then you'll notice that always the high priority tasks are always going to be on top, and then followed by the medium and then the low. And then of course we have our nice looking drag and drop here. So if I grab this on this icon, I can drag it and then drop it on this board, and I can see that this board is now updated, and I can do the same thing for this one right here. Now when you click on a task card, it is going to open up this model, which is going to show you the subtasks that you have in that particular task if you created any subtasks. So I want to use this one, and let's actually rearrange this. Let's bring this back here, because I want to use this one that has many subtasks to show you how this is going to be working. So when I click on this one, it is going to mark it as completed, and then it is going to update our tasks count, as well as give us this nice looking progress bar to show you the percentage that you have completed of the subtasks that you've created. So if I click on checking them up to the last one, you can see that now all of them have been completed. So it is a nice looking visual to show you your progress. And then when I click on this, it's going to give me this drop down, which I can delete the task, or I can edit task, which is going to give me this edit model. And in this model, I can go ahead and rearrange the tasks, as you can see right here. Rearrange them. Are they rearranged? Okay, there we go. So they can rearrange, and then you can add a new subtask if you want, and then remove one if you want. Now from here, you can also edit. You can place this to be a higher priority or to a different column, and then update task, and then that is going to update your task as well. Now on the sidebar, we have this option to hide the sidebar, which is going to shrink it down and then just show you the initials of the boards that you've created. But then when you click on any one of them, it is going to show you the contents of that particular board. And of course, this application is responsive. So if you shrink it down, you're going to have the mobile version. Just take note that this horizontal scrolling is intentional, because I think if we were to mess up with the scrolling for this application, then it would not do us any much good. Now, if we go ahead and log out of the application, then this is going to be our landing page. Very simple, nothing too serious, just some simple text, and then the sign up component from Clerk. And then of course, when you sign up, it is going to throw you back into the application. Now I'm going to sign up with a different account. And you can see that in this other account, I don't have any boards. So this is the screen that I am met with. And then I can create a new board, but this shows you that you cannot access other people's boards. So it is already secure. And then you can create a new board here. So I can say new board and then create board. And then now I can have access to my Kanban board. If you like what you see, I would really appreciate it if you subscribe to the channel. It really helps to grow the channel as well as keep me motivated. With that, let's go ahead and begin. So to begin, I have created a folder on my desktop, which is called Kanban-YT. And then I've just opened up my code editor into this folder. And for this project, the code editor that I'm going to be using is called Z. It is a new code editor that you can go ahead and Google and download. similar to VS Code. You can open up your terminal, and what I'm going to do is pnpm create Vite at latest, and then dot to create the application into this folder. And then we're going to select React, and then React with the speedy web compiler, just like that. We don't want to use roll down. We don't want to install the dependencies, and just like that, you can see that we have our application right there. Now I'm going to go ahead and say pnpm install, which is going to install the node modules. So install everything in the package.json file, and then we can run our dev server. And once that finishes installing, we can say pnpm dev, which is going to open up our dev server on localhost 5173. So we can open this up. So when I open it up, we should see the default screen, but we are not seeing anything. Let's check our terminal. Oh, what is this? Server responded. I think this has to do with cookies, right? This should be something to do with cookies. Let's clear our cookies. Okay, so I've cleared my cookies. Now let's go ahead and try to reload this. Okay, there we go. Fantastic. So this is the default application, and we can go ahead and begin to install a few things that we're going to need. So let's shut down our server once again. So we're going to need to install Convex and Tailwind CSS and a bunch of other things. So pnpm install Convex, and then Tailwind CSS, and then at Tailwind CSS /Vite. Let those install for now. And I've just remembered something. We also need at Clerk /Clerk -React, like so, because that is what we're going to use for authentication. And then as these are installing, we can go ahead and do a bit of setup. So you're going to jump into the source folder and then into main.jsx. So inside main.jsx, we're going to be doing a few things. We're going to go ahead and import the Clerk provider. So Clerk provider from at Clerk React. And then we're going to import use auth from the same. And then we're also going to import, we can type it, so import Convex, Convex React client from Convex React. And then we're also going to import Convex provider with Clerk from Convex React Clerk, like so. And then once we have this, then we're going to get a publishable key from Clerk. So const publishable _key is equal to, and this is going to be coming from our env file. So we're going to say import.meta.env.vite_clerk publishable key, like so. Okay, Alt and L to accept it. And I can't remember how I got that to work in Z. It's something like an AI thing, but I can't remember the setting. Okay, so in Z, there's a setting that is called show edit predictions, and it is inside this dropdown of AI. So AI and then edit predictions. I think when you toggle it to on, then it's going to show you the predictions right there. But I think it has a limit. So just take note of that while you're using it. Now, in the case that we don't have a publishable key, so if there's no publishable key, then we're simply going to say throw new error, and then we're going to say missing Clerk publishable key, just like that. And then another thing that we're going to need is Convex. So const Convex is equal to new Convex React client, and then we're going to pass in, let me do that, also tab to enter. So new Convex React client, and then import meta.env, and then Vite Convex URL, that is the correct thing. And then in our render right here, we're going to go ahead and render out the Clerk provider first. So Clerk provider, this is going to take in the publishable key, and this is going to be equal to the publishable key that we have just gotten above, and then close that out. And then inside here, then we're going to go ahead and pass in the Convex provider with Clerk, just like that. That suggestion is correct, but we're going to attach the use auth right here, which is going to be equal to use auth, like so. So once we have that, then we should be good to go. So you can save that, and our application is most likely going to break. So let's go ahead and say pnpm dev once again, and then open it and restart it. And once it restarts, you can see that it breaks a bit, and it should break because of a reason right here that says, or it says does not provide an exponent named Clerk provider. There we go. So now it should load in, and we should not be able to see anything right there. So that is correct. Now what we're going to do is we're going to add a second terminal. So plus icon right here, new terminal, and then I'm going to say pnpx convex dev, which is now going to start our Convex server. And this terminal is always going to be open from this point forward, so take note of that. So I'm simply going to say create new project, and then I'm going to call it Kanban Vite, so that's correct. And then we want to choose the cloud deployment. And what this will do is that it is going to create a Convex folder right here, as well as create a .env local file, which is going to have these two. And remember that the Vite convex URL is what we are referencing right inside here. So that's why it is important that you run this command right here, pnpx convex dev. Now, of course, if you don't have an account with Convex, then this is also going to prompt you to log in. What you should see is this green check mark that says Convex functions ready, and you should be good to go. Now, we're going to be switching between these two terminals quite a bit, because this one is going to be used for installing stuff, and then this one is going to be used for Convex. Now, the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to go into our Convex right here, into the Convex folder, right-click and create a new file, which is called schema.js, which is going to house our database schema. Now, if you go back here, you should get this error because this schema file is empty. So let's go ahead and begin to populate it. Let me reduce the size just a bit. I think it should be okay. Settings, let's reduce the UI size here to about 16. I think this should be visible in the video, should be visible enough in the video, because when it becomes too large, I don't have that large of a screen, so when it's too big, it becomes a bit distracting. And then this one can also go to maybe like 18 or 17, or 17 should do it. That's okay. Now, in our schema, we're going to say import define schema. So define schema from Convex server, and then we also want to define table, and then we're going to import v from Convex values, just like that. And then we're going to say export default define schema, and then open this up. We want to define a table that is called users, and users, we're going to say define table. Open this up once again. This is going to have the Clerk ID. So Clerk ID, I think I want to disable these suggestions. I think I want to disable this. It's becoming a bit annoying. So Clerk ID is going to be v.string, and then the email here is going to be v.string, and we're also going to get the name, which is v.string, like so. And then we want to index this table by _clerk_ID, and this we're going to pass in the Clerk ID, just like that. And then below this, we're going to have another table, which is called boards. And we'll say define table, open this up. This is going to have the name, which is v.string. It's going to take in the user ID, which is coming from v.id from the users table, which are created above. And then we're going to have the order here, which is v.number. So order is going to be used to rearrange them. So when we are dragging and drop, and then created at is going to say v.number. And then we want to index this. So index it by _user. And we're going to pass in the, first of all, array, and then the user ID, just like that. The third table that we're going to create is called columns. So columns, then define table, open this up. And this one is going to have a name of v.string. It has a bunch of things. It has the color here, which is v.string. It is going to take the board ID, which is v.id coming from the boards table, which I've created above. And then it also has the user ID, which is v.id coming from the users table. Next, we have the order, which is v.number. And then next, we have created at. And created at is also going to be v.number, just like that. And then we want to index this by _board, so by board. And then this one is going to pass in the board ID, just like that. The next table that we're going to create is called tasks. So tasks, and then define table, open this up. Tasks is going to have a title, so title of v.string. It is going to have a description, so description of v.string. And v.string right here, this is also going to be optional. So let's say v.optional first. So optional and then v.string. And then next we're going to have the column ID. So column ID is going to be v.id coming from the columns table, which I've created above. And then next we're going to have the order, which is v.number. And then next we have the priority. So priority of the task. So priority, which is going to be v.optional. and then we're going to pass in v.string. I can type it. So v.string, and this one can be high, medium, or low. And then inside the task, you can have some subtasks. So subtasks, this is going to be v.optional, and then it is going to be an array of objects. So v.array, and then open this up, and then v.object, and then now open this up inside curly brackets like so. So this is going to take in the text, which is v.string, and then it is going to be having a completed here, which is v.boolean. So v.boolean, like so. And then once we have that, I can have a comma. Once we have that right below the subtasks, which ends right here, we are also going to have the board ID, which is coming from v.id from the boards table. And then the user ID, v.id from the users table. And then we want to index this, or rather we want to have the created at first. So created at, which is v.number. And then you want to index this, so .index by _board. And we're going to pass in the board ID just like that. Now, if I Control J to open up the terminal, and then I go ahead and say save our schema.js, you'll notice that it is going to create this database for us, and it creates the table with the indexes that we have just passed in above. So looking very, very nice. Now, to demonstrate this, you can go into your Convex dashboard, so dashboard.convex.dev, and you'll notice that this is the Convex project that I created 7 minutes ago. So if I open this up, and when you're opening it up, make sure that you open up the development part of it, not the production. Otherwise, you're going to have issues. So we're in development. And now if I check in data right here, we have our 4 tables right there. Now, if I click on any one of them, they're going to be empty. So everything is looking correct. Now, the next thing that we need to do is we actually need to build out a part of our application, which is the app, so that we can preview something on the screen. So back inside our source folder and then inside app.jsx, and I think we can delete the assets folder. We don't need it. We can also delete the app.css. We don't need it, so delete. Now inside the app.jsx, we can remove everything inside there. Now we're going to be importing a bunch of things inside here. So we're going to import the use state hook. So use state and use effect. These are all coming from React. We're going to import the use user, which is coming from Clerk React. We're going to import authenticated, which is coming from Convex React, as well as unauthenticated from the same import. We're going to import use mutation from Convex React, as well as use query. And of course, mutations and queries are for querying and adding and changing data in our database. And then we want to import API because that's how we can access the Convex functions that we're going to create. This is coming from /convex/generated/API. And this is basically this file that is right here. So api.js right there. And then we want to go ahead and import some components here, which we don't have. So import the sidebar from ./components/sidebar. We're also going to copy this down. So highlight this and then Control D. Highlight this one and then Control D once to highlight the next one. We're going to import the board component, and then right here, highlight and then Control D. We're going to say create board model component. And then this one, highlight. This is called Auth Page. And then finally, our final import is going to be a toaster component. So toaster, which is coming from Sonar. Now we don't have this yet, and we're going to install this. When we are installing the ShadCN components, it is going to be automatically installed. So for now, we can disable it so that you don't have any issues. And then now we're going to build out our app. So we're going to say export default function app, and our app is going to return a fragment here. So a React fragment, which is going to show the authenticated component. And then inside the authenticated component, we want to show the authenticated app, which is a component that we're going to create. And then below this, we're going to show the toaster component, which we have imported above. So actually, let's just disable this so that we don't get any issues. And the toaster component is going to have a prop called rich colors, just so that you can have some beautiful colors on the toast component. And then in case the user is unauthenticated, then we want to go ahead and show the Auth Page, which we're going to build. Now let's go ahead and build out these components. And by the way, we also need to build this out. So inside the source folder, we're going to create a new folder called components. And then inside the components folder, we're going to create a new file called sidebar. sidebar.jsx, and then inside you can say export default function sidebar, and then simply return a div that says sidebar, like so. And then highlight that and then copy it, because we want to do the same thing for the board. So components, new file, board.jsx, paste it in, and then highlight this, change it into board, and then create board model. So new file, create board model.jsx, paste it in, highlight, and then say create board model, save it. And then we also need the auth page. So components, new file, auth page.jsx, paste it in, highlight this, change this into auth page, like so. And then for our authenticated app, when I was building out this application, I actually placed it inside this very same file, but I'm thinking now of refactoring it and then creating a dedicated component. So it might break, but let's go ahead and do it. So create a new file here called, what do they call it? Authenticated app. So authenticated app.jsx, paste this in, and then highlight and change this into authenticated app, and then save that. And now we need to import it. So right below this, we can import authenticated app just like that. And now we need to go ahead and install ShadCN. So if we save that, our application is going to break, and it says that it breaks because Sonar does not exist. Now we're going to be using ShadCN components because it is going to beautify our application. So let's jump into ShadCN, and we want to install ShadCN for React Vite. So just take note of that. Inside the docs, we are in Vite. The installation is a bit different. We already have this. We've already installed Tailwind CSS. Oh, wait a minute. We have installed Tailwind CSS, but we have not configured it. So inside the Vite config.js, we're going to go ahead and say import Tailwind CSS from our Tailwind CSS / Vite. And then right here, we're going to call Tailwind CSS, like so. And then inside our index.css, right at the top, we're going to say @import and then Tailwind CSS, like so. And that should now configure application for Tailwind CSS. Now next, we need to edit our JS config file in this case because we're not using TypeScript. And we need to go ahead and, do we have that file? If we don't have that file, we're going to need to create it in the root. And what we're going to add inside our JS config is basically this part right here. So copy, and then inside our workspace, we can just double click and say JS config.json, and then can paste this in. And I'm missing the opening and closing. So we need to have one and then another one there. That should be okay. Is that correct? Let's just copy the entire thing. So copy and paste it, and then remove this entire thing. Why do we have an error? So we're getting an issue here, but I don't think it should. Wait a minute. Now it's disappeared. But we're still getting this slight underscore because this is a TypeScript thing, I think. So let's just go ahead and save that, and then let's continue installing this. So we don't need to create this second file because it is basically the same as this right inside here. And then we need to update the Vite config. So we need to import the define config as well as the path. So let's just copy this entire thing. And also we can copy, wait a minute, we're using React with SWC. So we need to import define config. And then we need to import, define config is already imported. What am I doing? What am I doing today? So we need to import path. So import it at the top. And then right here for our plugins as well as our resolve, we can copy that and then just paste it here. So what this does is that, of course, we're calling React and then Tailwind CSS, but then we're saying that we want to go ahead and resolve the // syntax. So everything inside the source folder is going to be resolved as a / or rather as the @ symbol and then /. And this is helpful in order to import ShadCN components. Now, next we need to go ahead and initialize ShadCN. So copy this and make sure that you're using your package manager. So I'm on PNPM, so copy, and then we need to shut down our server and then paste it in. And this is going to go ahead and create a components.json file for us. And there we go. So now we need to go ahead and answer, I think, 2 questions. So you can see that it does some pre-flight checks. It looks at the framework you're using and whether Tailwind CSS has been installed or not, and whether you have updated your import alias, which is this part right here. So if you have not done any of this, then this is going to fail. Now we're going to use gray for our neutral color, for our base color rather. So gray and then enter. And then that is going to update something. So it even updates our source and then index.css. So if I go into index.css right here, you can see that now it has imported Tailwind CSS animate. And then it adds this for dark mode functionality. And then it has a bunch of other things you can see right here for global styles. Now, the global styles that it has added is basically this one inside the root. And everything else, I think up to right around here, we can remove because that one was the default Vite configuration. And then for this one, for the theme, this is by ShadCN as well as for the dark, and then for the layer right there. Okay, now we can save that. And then if you check your components.json file, which has been created because of ShadCN, you can see that we're using the New York style with the base color of gray. So if you want to go ahead and change up these settings in some kind of way, all you need to do is just delete the components.json file and then reinitialize ShadCN again, and it's going to give you these options. Now next, we can go ahead and begin to install components. Now the specific component we want in this case is called Sona. So pnpx ShadCN add Sona. And in case you've forgotten, the Sona component right here is what is being used in our app.jsx to render out the toaster component. And there we go. So anytime that you're going to be installing components from ShadCN, you can see that it is going to be creating the components inside the source folder and then components folder and then UI and then the name of the component. So in this case, if I take a look at the components folder and then the UI right here, we have created the sona.jsx, which means that now if we go ahead and restart our server, so pnpm dev and then save everything, then we should be able to restart. So restart, and then we should be able to see something on the screen, but we're not seeing anything. We should see, I think, Auth Page. Let's F12, let's see. So it says missing Clerk publishable key. Okay, so you can see that our checks are running correctly. So now the next thing that we need to do is, you'll notice that we created the .env local file when we run pnpx convex dev. So right here, we also need to add the Clerk publishable key. So we're going to go into dashboard.clerk.com. So dashboard.clerk.com. And of course, if you don't have an account with them, then it's going to ask you to sign in. And it has logged me out, so let me sign in again. So once I sign in, I'm going to go ahead and click right here to create a new application. So create application. And for this one, I'm going to call it Kanban. Spell it Kanban board YT, just like that. And then the default sign-in option is just going to be Google. We don't need much else. So create application. And once that is created, just make sure that you choose the framework that you're on. So we are in React. And then you can see that we did this and we have done this as well. So now we will need to copy this into our env file. So copy, and then right here you can paste it in. So this is our Vite Clerk publishable key. And then next, we did this already, and then we have also done this. Fantastic. So that now, if we go ahead and reload, you can see we don't even need to reload, but Auth Page now shows up. So that is correct. Now, next, let's go ahead and get the font that we actually need. We are doing a lot of setup so that we can move a bit faster when we begin to type out. So inside fonts.google.com, I want to get a font called Geist. And right here, I'm going to select this one. And then I'm going to say get font and then get embed code. And I'm going to use this in our HTML. So copy. And then inside the index.html, which is right here, I'm going to paste it right below that. Change this title as well into Kanban board YT, and then save that. And then inside our index.css, I'm going to use this universal selector. Do we have it? We don't. So let me just paste it here. And I'm going to say font family, and then set this into Geist with a fallback of system UI right there. So save that, and we can close that. Now, if we check our application, our font is also updated. Fantastic. Now we can go ahead into it's called what? The Auth page right here. And then we can begin to build out the authentication page that we expect to see. Now the Auth page is very, very simple. We're simply going to go ahead and import a component called sign in, which is coming from sign in from Clerk and then Clerk React. And then inside here, we're going to go ahead and return a div with the class name of main height-screen. and then flex, and then flex dash column, and items dash center, and then justify dash center, and then padding all around the 4. Really? I hate this thing. It's not giving me the drop down. So div here, and then class name is going to say flex. Sorry, min height screens first of all. So min height screen, and then flex dash column, items dash center, and then justify dash center, padding all around the 4. Inside this div, we're going to have another div, and this other div is going to have a class name of text dash center, and then margin on the bottom of 8. There we go. So now it's working. And then another div with the class name of flex and items dash center, justify dash center, space on the x of 3, and then margin on the bottom of 6. And then inside this, we're going to have another div with the class name of flex and items dash center, justify dash center, size dash 12, bg dash purple dash 500, and rounded, text dash white, font dash bold, and then text dash large, just like that. And then inside this, we're going to show 3 vertical lines, so shift and then backslash 1 to 3. And then below this div, we're going to have an h1 with a class name of text dash 3xl, font dash bold, and then text slate dash 100. And then this is just going to say Kanban like so. If we save that, then this is what you have on the screen. Now below the h1 and then below this first div, we're going to show an h2 with a class name of text dash 3xl, and then font dash semi bold, and text slate dash 100, and margin at the bottom of 2. Now this is simply going to say welcome to your task management workspace. And then below the h2, we're going to have a paragraph with a class name of text dash slate dash 400, and the text is going to say organize your projects with powerful Kanban boards. Now below the paragraph and then below this div, we're going to have another div with a class name of padding all around of 4, and then border and border dash slate dash 800, and then rounded dash XL. And then inside this, we're simply going to show the sign in component, which we imported on top. Now if we save that, then we have this looking not so good, but you can see right there that the default part of our application is working. Now, the reason why the colors are clashing like this is because we have not correctly set up our CSS. So let me jump into the repository so that I can grab the correct CSS. Okay, so from the repository, I have copied and pasted our CSS. Now, the CSS looks vastly different from what was generated from ShadCN, and that is because I had to go ahead and reset a few styles. So we are still importing Tailwind CSS. We have this in the root, so we are saying that everything is going to have a font family of Geist and a fallback of sans serif and so on and so forth. This is going to be the box sizing, so box sizing border box, and then the font size for everything is going to be 14 pixels. So it's going to vastly reduce the size of everything. And then the body is going to have this. The buttons are going to have a cursor pointer because Tailwind CSS version 4 does not do that. And then the input, texture, and select are all going to be styled in this way. And then these are some styles for the scroll bar, for the dark theme, as well as for the light theme. And then we have some light theme overrides, and then for mobile responsiveness. Now you have access to this code right in the repository, which you can find in the description below. Now, if I save that, then you'll notice that our application now looks like this. However, notice that this is an H1 and this is an H2, which do not look like H1s or H2s. So let's Control K and then W to close out everything, and then jump back into our app.jsx. And that's the wrong file. It should be authpage.jsx. And right inside here where we're saying 3XL, we're going to have an exclamation at the end of it to tell Tailwind that this is an important class and to always apply it. And when I save that, now it applies. And then the same thing to the H2, so exclamation, and then now it applies, so that it is not going to be limited to 14 pixels, which we have overridden in our index.css. So you can see that our first page is officially working. So if I go ahead and continue with Google to log in, and then now look, I'm logged in, but look at what is happening. See that? So it's in and out and in and out. So we want to go ahead and fix that. So in order to not have this every single time, let's Control J. Let's shut down our server so that it breaks everything. And then we're going to build out the authenticated app right here. So authenticated app is our next thing. So inside here, we're going to have a few things. So we're going to set up our state value. So const current board and set current board. This is going to be equal to use state, and by default, it is going to be null. And then const theme and set theme is equal to use state, and then open this up into an inline function. And we can say const saved. Saved is equal to local storage dot get item, and you want to check for an item which is called Kanban dash theme, and I'm going to call it dash YT at the end because I know that I already have Kanban theme in my local storage and I don't want it to mess it up. And then we're going to say return. Oh my god, I can't type. So return saved, and if there's nothing, then return the dark theme just like that. And then below this, we're going to say const sidebar collapsed and set sidebar collapsed. This is going to be called use state. By default, it is going to be false. And then const is create. Oh my god, create board model open, and set is create board model open. This is equal to use state, and by default, it is going to be false. Now, let me go ahead and import use state. So Control spacebar and then enter to auto import it. Now, next, we're going to go ahead and destructure the user, which is coming from use user from Clerk React. Write this out correctly. Const, and then this is also auto imported on the top. And then we're going to say const create user is equal to use mutation from Convex React. We're going to pass in API, once again auto imported, .users.create. Now we don't have this convex function just yet, so we're going to create it. And then const boards is equal to use query, and then pass in, this should be Control spacebar, auto import api.boards.list to get every board. And then when the user logs into your application for the first time, then you want to create the user in Convex. So the way you do that is use effect, open this up, and then I'm going to say that if a user exists, then create user. So the function that we created above, so create user, and then open this up, and we're going to pass in the Clerk ID as the user.id. And how do I know that it is Clerk ID, and how do I know that it is coming from user.id? Well, user.id, we are destructuring from use user. So this is the user object that you get back when a user logs into your application. And then Clerk ID is Clerk ID because if you go ahead and check your schema.js, the user's table takes in the Clerk ID and then the email and then the name. So I know that we have to pass in the Clerk ID, otherwise we're going to have some issues. Now the email is going to become from user.email addresses, then get the first item, and then question mark dot email address. So basically it can exist or not. So if it doesn't exist, then we want to return an empty string like so. And then the name here is going to say user.full name or user.first name, or if it doesn't exist, then just return user. And then we're going to have a dot catch here, and we're going to open this up. So we're not going to be returning anything inside here. So if the user exists, then we're just simply going to ignore it. So we can even remove this space. And then for the dependency arrays for the use effect, we're going to pass in user and create user. So now next thing, we want to go ahead and have another use effect here. And this use effect is going to set the first board if you have not selected anything. So if boards question mark, because it might still be loading from Convex or it might not exist. So question mark dot length is greater than 0 and there is no current board, which is our state value. Then we're going to say set current board and then pass in the boards and get the first item in the boards. So set current board is somewhere right there. And then for the dependency array of our use effect, we're simply going to pass in the boards and then the current board. And we have an issue here that says synchronously. Okay, so you need to transform this into a function. And let me go ahead and say const get current board. This is going to be equal to, and then open this up like so. Pass it in, and then below this get current board for the function, so that you don't get that error about synchronous states. And then the next thing, we want to go ahead and check local storage and then apply the theme that you get from local storage. So use effect once again, open this up, and we're going to say document element dot set, okay, type this out correctly, document element dot set attribute, and then pass in data dash theme, because that's what we're calling it. You can call it data dot something else, but data dot theme is very descriptive. And here we're passing in the theme that we're getting back from our state value right there. So data dot theme, and then we're going to say local storage dot set item, and then passing the Kanban dash theme, and then passing the theme. So, and then the dependency array is going to be dependent on the theme. So anytime that you change between light and dark theme, then this is going to be run. And I think I should have some comments here to just help out when you're going through it. So this is going to apply the theme. This is going to get the current board. So get current board, show it. And then this is going to create user in Convex, or create user in Convex. It's better, so that now I can add another comment here, which is going to say handle responsive sidebar. Now this is going to be as follows. It is also going to be a use effect. Open this up. We're going to say const handle resize is equal to, open this up, and we want to check if the window dot inner width is less than 768. Then we're going to say set sidebar collapsed into true. And then otherwise, right here for the else statement, we're going to say set sidebar collapsed into false. Is that correct? Okay, that's correct. The formatting is wrong. So right here. And then right below our function, which ends right here, we need to go ahead and call it. So handle resize, like so. And then we want to listen for the resize event on the browser window. So window.add event listener. Listener, we are listening for the resize event, and we want to call the function called handle resize. And since we are having an event listener, we need to have a cleanup function as well. So we're going to say return window.remove event listener and remove the resize event, and then call the function which is called handle resize, just like that. And then this is going to have an empty dependency array so that it doesn't run every single time. Now, next, we need to get some default columns from Convex. So we're going to say const initialize columns is equal to use mutation, and then pass in api.columns.initialize default columns. That is a function that we're going to create. And then we're going to have a use effect here. So use effect, open this up. The dependency array for this one is going to be the current board, as well as initialize columns, which we have already gotten on top. And then instead, we're going to say if current board exists, then we're going to say initialize columns. Open this up. We're going to pass in the board ID as current board underscore ID. And then we're going to have a catch here, and then open this up. So if the columns already exist, then simply ignore it. So we're not doing anything inside there. And then we have a few more functions to create. So const handle board select. This is going to take in the board as an argument. And we're going to go ahead and say set current board into the board that we're passing in as an argument. And then let's copy this, paste it down 1 and 2. This one is now going to be called handle create board. And this one doesn't take in an argument, but we are simply going to go ahead and say set is create board model open, and then pass in true like so, because it is a Boolean. And then the next one is called handle board created. This takes in the board, and then we're going to say set current board into the board, just like that. And then we have another function here called const handle theme toggle, which is an arrow function where we're going to say const new theme is equal to check if the theme is triple equal to dark. If that is true, then change it to light. Otherwise, meaning it is light, then change it back to dark. And then I'm going to say set theme into the new theme above. And then another function here is called handle toggle collapse, which is a function for our sidebar. It is an arrow function, doesn't have any arguments. We're going to say set sidebar collapsed, and then pass in the opposite of sidebar collapsed, just like that. And apologies because we have written quite a bit, but now we can begin to build out our UI. So we're going to return a div. This div is going to have a class name of class name, and the class name is going to say height-screen, and then overflow-auto, and then flex. And then inside here, we're going to go ahead and render out the sidebar. And the sidebar is going to take in a couple of props. So it is going to have a prop of current board, which is going to be equal to current board. It is going to take the on board select function, which is going to be calling the handle board select. And then on create board function is going to be calling the handle create board. Or rather, I should say that the on create board prop is going to be calling the handle create board function. But I know that we're going to be using this as a function. And then the next thing, let me have this as on the bottom. It takes in the theme as the theme. It takes in the on theme toggle as the handle theme toggle. It takes in the is collapsed, so is collapsed as the sidebar collapsed, so sidebar collapsed. And then it takes in the on toggle collapse as the handle toggle collapse. And then you can separate this to the next line just so that it looks a bit better. There we go. And then everything inside here should move inwards just a bit. And what is this error? Why do we have this error here? Okay, it's because I don't have a closing the angle bracket on the div. Now below the sidebar, we're going to have another div, and this div is going to have some dynamic class names. So open up your curly brackets and then backticks. We're going to say flex-1 and then transition -all with the duration of 300. And then $ curly bracket, you want to check if sidebar collapsed is true. And if it is true, then you don't want to have any styles. Otherwise, you want to have a style of margin on the left of 72. Just like that. Meaning if the sidebar is collapsed, then don't apply any styles of the margin. But if it is not collapsed, then have a margin of 72 to push in between the navbar and then the content. Now when you close that, inside here, we're going to go ahead and render out the board component. This is going to take in the board prop as current board, and then it's going to take in the theme as the theme. Now we don't have this, so we need to control spacebar and then enter to auto import it. And then below this div, we're going to show the create board model. So right here, control spacebar and then enter to auto import it. Did you do the same for the sidebar? Right here, auto import it. Fantastic. We have an error. Okay, that's an error that we're going to fix in a moment. Now this takes in the is open prop, which is going to be equal to the is create board model open. It takes in the on close, which is going to be an inline function here, which is simply going to say set is create board model open and change it into false to close it. And then on board created is going to be equal to the handle board created. And then finally the theme is going to be equal to the theme, just like that. Now you can save that. We don't have any errors anymore. But now if you take a look at our application, which we should restart, so pnpm dev, and we should be able to see something on the screen. So reload this. And it says missing in Convex package. So API is, this should come from dot, is it dot slash or what? Dot slash. Okay, so dot slash and then dot slash, save it. And then now our application is still misbehaving. Are we getting an issue here? Okay. We're not getting anything descriptive. Let's shut it down again. So next, let's go ahead and fix our flickering issue. And the way that we're going to do that is inside our Convex folder right here, we're going to create a new file called auth.config.js. Now, the reason why we need this file is because in the app.jsx, we are using the authenticated and unauthenticated from Convex. So we need to tell Convex what it is going to be using to tell whether a user is authenticated or not. And now that we're in this file, you can remove these imports that we're not using. And okay, we're using that one. And then inside our auth config, we're going to say export default and then open this up. And we're going to pass in the providers as an array. So providers, an array of objects. We're going to pass in the domain here and then the application ID. In this case, it is going to be Convex, and it must be called Convex. Now, the way that we get this domain is we're going to jump into Clerk, so dashboard.clerk.com, and then ensure that you are in the correct application. So if you change the application, then just toggle right here, make sure that you're in the correct application. And then inside configure, we're going to go ahead and into the sessions and JWT templates, and then add new template. And then inside here, I'm just going to call this Kanban-YT, call it something like that. And then the template that I'm going to use is Convex, and that's why it must be called Convex. And then the issuer URL right here, we're going to copy it, and that is what we're going to use as the domain, so paste it in. And then right here, you can say save, which is going to go ahead and save that. And now we have our template right there. So that now if we restart our dev server, so pnpm dev actually already restarted, and ensure that this is also working, you see that when we created the auth config file, then it gave us this error. But then now that we've corrected it, now it says convex functions. And then if we reload our application, then we should now be successfully logged in. As you saw for a moment, it showed the components. But then now the reason why we don't have, or rather we are not seeing anything, is because of the convex functions that we created that we have right here. We are referencing the functions, but we have not created them. So obviously it's going to throw an error. So obviously the next thing is going to be to create the convex functions. Now, if we check the authenticated app, we need to create the create user and then the bots. And then we also need anything else. I think those two actually. So let's go ahead and create them right away so that we don't get any issues. And the way that we're going to be creating convex functions is right inside convex. We're going to create a new file. And this file, in this case, we're going to call it users. So users.js. And then inside this users file, then we're going to create the create function. So authenticated, now we're going to create the create function. And for the bots list, we're going to create a new file called bots. And then inside the bots.js, then we're going to have a function called list. And that's how we're going to be doing it. So convex create a new file, not folder, new file called bots.js. And then we are going to create the functions. So beginning with the users first of all. So we're going to import mutation. Oops, that's the wrong import. So import mutation and then import the query. This is coming from /generated/server. So, and then import the v from convex values. And then we're going to say export const create. So we are creating the function. This is going to be equal to a mutation because we are adding something into the database. So we are mutating the data. This is going to have some arguments here. So it's going to take in the clerk ID as v.string. It is going to take in the email as v.string, v.string. It is also going to take in the name as v.string. And then the handler function is going to be an asynchronous function taking the context and then the arguments above. And we're going to say the first thing that we need to do is check if the user exists because we don't want to have duplicate data. So we're going to say const existing user. So const existing user is equal to await context.db.query, and we are querying the users table, and we want to create with index. So the index that we created is called by_clerk ID. So underscore under clerk ID, meaning check the users table using the clerk ID. And then we're going to have a callback function here where we're going to say query.equals and then passing the clerk ID and then comma arguments.clerk ID like so. Maybe shrink this down so that you can see the full length of it and then get the unique value just like that. So that's how you can check if there's an existing user. So if there's an existing user, then what we want to do is simply return the existing user._ID, meaning don't populate the database with a new user, simply just return the logged in user. Now, if there's no existing user, then we want to go ahead and create a user in our database. So const user ID. And before we complete this, I want to open up Convex so that you can see that our users table is empty. But remember that we have logged into our application. Okay. Now, back inside the users table right here, now we can say const user ID is equal to await context.db.insert and insert into the users table, and we're inserting the data as follows. So clerk ID is going to be arguments.clerk ID, comma, and then the email is going to be arguments.email, and then the name is going to be arguments.name, like so. Remove this, and then once we have that, then return return the user ID. Oh my God, why am I mistyping everything today? Let me increase the font size. Probably that is going to help. Okay, so return the user ID. Now we can save that. If you Control J, you'll notice that we should have a nice check mark right there. And then now let's jump into the boss.js so that we can create the list function. So once again, insert here, so import the rotation and then import the query as well. And then import v from convex values. And I'm having these imports because we're going to need them for our other functions. And then we're going to create export const list. This is going to be a query because we're just getting back data from the database. And this one doesn't take in any arguments, but we're going to have a handler here, which is going to take in the context. And we're going to say that const identity is equal to identity, okay, is equal to await context.auth.get user identity. So from our auth config, and then if there's no identity, then simply return an empty array like so. Otherwise, then we're going to say const user is equal to await context.db.query, and we're querying the users table with index of by_clerk_id. And then this is going to take in, or rather, we're going to pass in a callback function here. So query.equals the clerk ID as identity.subject, like so, and then get the unique value, so .unique at the end. And then below this, if there is no user, then return an empty array. Otherwise, return await. What have I done? This should be a semicolon. So return await context.db.query, and we are querying the boards table. We are querying it with index of by_user, meaning only list the boards that the user has created. And then we're going to have our callback function here. We're going to say query.equals, and we're going to pass in the user ID as user._ID, because that is how it's saved in the convex. And then .collect to get a list of them. And then then we're going to open this up. We're going to pass in the boards, and then we're going to say boards.sort, and then A, B. And then we're going to go ahead and sort them in the order of A.order or 0. So we're setting the order is going to be 0. And then outside of this minus, open this up, B.order or 0, like so. Now when you save that, you can save it, and we should not have any issue in Convex. But then now if we take a look at our application, then we should have something. So let's F12, and then let's shift F5 to reload everything, so that now we can see the sidebar and then the board, and then create board model. And then in the users right here, it has not reloaded, so let's reload it. So the users table is not getting populated, and that's an issue. That is an issue. Okay, so checking this, it's saying that in the create, it is missing the clerk ID. In the users, it is missing the clerk ID. So v.string. So where are we using create? In the authenticated. So create user, and then clerk ID is user.id. Is that not how you get it? So user.id. That is how you get it. So let's try this. Let me see, where are we going wrong? So users.js line number 20. Oh, this one, it's a small d. Oh God. Okay. So now when we reload it, actually we don't need to reload anything in Convex, do we? Probably we do. So let's reload our application. We should now no longer have that error. And then inside Convex, there we go. So now the user has been successfully created using clerk ID, email, and the name right there. Fantastic. So next, we're now going to just build out our application incrementally. So we're going to start obviously from the left, going to the right. So let's go ahead and handle the sidebar. So I have jumped into the sidebar.jsx file, and we're going to begin working on this file. Now, just remember that this is a new day of recording for me, so I have to make sure that our localhost is running as well as Convex also running. Now, I have a third terminal here because we want to go ahead and install a dependency that we're going to need for this particular part. So we're going to say pnpm install at dnd-kit /core. We're also going to need at dnd-kit /sortable, and then at dnd-kit /utilities. And once we have those three, so just enter, and then as they're installing, we can begin to import a bunch of stuff inside here. We're going to go ahead and import the use state hook. This is coming from React. And then we're going to import a bunch of icons. So we need the sun icon, the moon icon, the eye off, the trash 2, the grip vertical, log out, and then we need the sidebar icon. And this is all coming from Lucid React. Now take note that this is called sidebar icon, even though there is already an icon that is called sidebar. So the way that Lucid React does it is that it gives you two options, so that just in case you have a component that is similarly named as an icon, then you can import the component icon so that you don't have any conflicts, because as you can see, our component right here is called the sidebar. So if we were to import this sidebar from Lucid React, then it would cause conflict. So that's a very nice thing that Lucid React handles. Now, once we have that, then we are going to import the use query, and then use mutation. This is all coming from Convex /React. What am I typing? Convex. And then we need to go ahead and import the query as well. So not the query, sorry, but the API right here. So control space and then enter to auto import it. That is the wrong import. This is .. And then we are also going to import a bunch of things from DnD-Kit, which you have just installed. Now, as we continue, I remember to mention that I changed the theme that I was using. I can't remember the theme that I was using beforehand, but if you say Ctrl+Shift+P inside here, that is if when you are setting up Z, then you chose to use the keyboard layout from VS Code. So you can say Ctrl+Shift+P, which is going to open up the command palette. And then if I just search for theme toggle right here, then this is the theme that I'm using, the one dark theme. So if you don't have this theme, you can go ahead and install it, and then you're going to have access to it. So if I say install themes, it is going to take me into the extensions part right here. And then on the themes tab, I can just search for like Atom, for example, and then it gives me themes like that. And then another thing that I installed is the icons, the icon themes right here. So right now I should be using, let me see, installed. I am using the material icon theme. That is the one that I'm using. So just so that it can give me like different colored icons, so that the hierarchy is going to be much more visible when you're watching the video. So we are going to import DnD context from DnD-Kit /core. We're going to import the closest center, and then the keyboard sensor, keyboard sensor. And then we're going to import the pointer sensor as well, and use sensor hook, and then use sensors hook. So one is singular and then the other is plural. Once we have that, we are also going to import array move from DnD-Kit sortable. So you can see that these are different packages. It is basically the same package, but from different folders, as you can see. So array move, and then we're also going to import the sortable context, and then the sortable keyboard coordinates, and the vertical list sorting strategy, just like that. Now we're going to use all of this for our drag and drop. So this is basically for our drag and drop feature on the sidebar. And then we're going to import use sortable from DnD-Kit. So this should not be here, this should be here, because it is part of just the same import. So we can import it here. So use sortable like so. And then we are going to import CSS, so capitalized, from DnD-Kit /utilities. And then we're going to import the sign out button from Clerk /Clerk React like so. Now right here, we're going to import a function called sortable board item. And not import, sorry, but we're going to create a function here, which is going to have a bunch of props inside here. Now this component is going to be used inside our sidebar. So I want to go ahead and build out the sidebar first of all, and then we're going to build out this component afterwards. So probably I think it should be better if I place it on the bottom like so. So inside the sidebar, if you remember the way that we were creating the sidebar, it takes in a bunch of props here. So it takes in the current board, the on board select, the on create board, the theme, the on theme toggle is collapsed, and the on toggle collapse. So, and then we're going to have a bunch of state values here: const show, delete, confirm, set, show, delete, confirm. This is coming from use state, and by default it is going to be null. And then const boards is equal to use query, and this we're going to be accessing api.boards.list, which is a function that we created in the last video. And if it does not exist, then we just want to return an empty array like so. And then const delete board, so const delete board is equal to use mutation. Okay, I'm so used to VS Code, so use mutation like so. And we're going to pass in api.boards.remove. Now we don't have this function, so we're going to need to create it. And then const update board order is equal to use mutation, and then pass in api.boards or args.update order like so. Once again, we don't have that function, so we're going to create it. Now once we have that, then we're going to create another variable here called sensors. So const sensors, and we're going to make this equal to use sensors, the plural one, and then open this up, and then inside this hook we're going to call use sensor like so, and then we're going to pass in the pointer sensor, and then outside of this we're going to have a comma. We're going to call use sensor again, and then we're going to pass in the keyboard sensor, and then within this we're going to have a comma, and then open this up, and then we're going to pass in the coordinate getter, and we're going to set this to the sortable, the sortable keyboard coordinates like so, which we imported. Now once we have that, then we can begin to create our functions. So we're going to have a function here, so const handle delete board. This is going to be an asynchronous function, which is going to take in the board ID as an argument. We're going to open that up, and we're going to have it as empty for now. So I just want to have the outline of the function that we're going to create, and then const handle drag end is going to be an asynchronous function taking in the event, and we're going to leave it empty also. And then we're going to have an if statement here. So we want to check if is collapsed is true, so collapsed like so. Then we're going to return here, and we're going to return a div. This div is going to have a class name which is dynamic, so curly brackets and then backticks. We're going to give it a width of 16 and flex dash column, item dash center, padding on the Y of 4, then border dash right and transition dash colors. And then inside this div, and sorry about that, we need to check, we need to first add our dynamic part of the class names. So $ curly bracket, we want to check if the theme is triple equal to dark, and if that is true, then we want to apply the following class names. We want to say bg slate dash 950 and border dash slate dash 800. Otherwise, we want to say bg dash white and border slate dash 200 for the light theme. Now inside this div, we're going to have another div with the class name of flex, and then flex dash column and item dash center, and then space on the Y of 4, and then flex dash 1. And then inside this div, this should be flex dash column. So, and as far as I know, this extension for Tailwind is pre-installed in Z, because I have not installed any extensions to help me with the Tailwind classes. Inside this div, so we're going to have another div with the class name of flex and items dash center and justify dash center, and then size dash 10 and bg dash purple dash 500 and rounded, and then text dash white, and then font dash bold and text dash sm. And then inside this div, we're going to be showing the 3 pipes, so shift and then backslash 3 times for our logo kind of. And then inside this, we're going to have another div with the class name of flex, and then flex dash column call, and then item dash center, and then space on the Y of 2, flex dash 1, and then overflow on the Y of auto. And then inside this, we're now going to go ahead and run the DnD context which we imported, and then we're going to close this out. And then this is going to take in a prop called sensors, and we're going to pass this equal to the sensors which we created right here. And then it is also going to take in another prop called collision detection, and this is going to be equal to the closest center. And then it is going to take in the on drag end, so on drag end prop, and we're going to set this equal to the handle drag end function, which we have not yet created. And then inside the DnD context, we're going to render the sortable context. This is not self-closing, so we should close it out like so. This is going to take in the items as a prop, and we're going to pass in the boards, which we are getting back from context right here, not from context, but from convex right here. So where was I? So right here, we're going to pass in the boards dot map, and then for every board that we get back, then return the board dot underscore ID, because that's how they are saved in Convex. And then it is going to take in another prop called strategy. This is going to be equal to the vertical, give me the drop down, vertical list sorting strategy, like so. Now inside the sortable context, we are now going to go ahead and map over the board. So we're going to say boards.map, and then for every board that we get back, we're going to open this up, have our implicit return, and we're going to go ahead and render out the sortable board item, which is basically this component right here on the bottom, which we have not yet created. Now the sortable board item is going to have a key of board dot underscore ID, because we are mapping over items, so we need to give each of them that return a unique key. It's going to take in the board as board, and then current board is going to be equal to the current board, and then on board select is going to be equal to the on board select, and then show delete confirm is going to be equal to the show delete confirm, and then set show delete confirm is going to be equal to the set show delete confirm. And then we should have the handle delete board. This is going to be equal to the handle delete board, and then is collapsed is going to be equal to true by default. And then finally, this should have an E. And then finally, the theme is going to be equal to the theme, like so. Now, if I save this, it is going to format it much better, as you can see right there. So it's much more visible in the video. And then now we're going to go below the DnD context right here, and then below two divs. Now below these two divs, we're going to have a button. This button is going to have an on click. So when you click on this button, we want to call the on toggle collapse. It's not giving me the drop downs. And then the class name here is going to say padding round of 2, text slate -400, and then on hover, text slate -100 and transition colors. And then inside the button, we're going to show the sidebar icon. So sidebar icon, and the sidebar icon is going to have a class name of size-4, just like that. What is this right here? Okay, that was just a small issue. Now remember that this only happens if the board is collapsed. So we actually now want to go ahead and build our actual sidebar. Now our sidebar is going to be as follows. So we're going to return a div. It's going to have a class name here, and then it's going to be dynamic, so backticks once again, and then curly brackets and then backticks, and then width -72, flex -column, height -screen, and then fixed left -0, top -0, give it as index of 40, and then border -right, and then transition -colors, and then dollars and curly bracket. We want to check if the theme is triple equal to dark, and if that is true, then we're going to say bg slate -950, and then border slate -800. Otherwise, we're going to go ahead and say bg -white, then border slate -200. Now inside this div, we're going to go ahead and return another div, and this div is going to have some dynamic class names. So class name, open this up, padding around of 6, border -bottom, and then transition -colors, then dollars and curly bracket. Want to check if the theme is triple equal to dark. If that is true, so as you can see, this is something that we're going to be doing very often. Then we're going to say border slate -800. Otherwise, we're going to go ahead and say border slate -200, and then inside this div, and this should be inside curly brackets. So theme is equal to dark. Did I do the same thing on the top? So it's correct here. And what about here? This part should be inside quotation marks, like so. Okay, we should not have any more errors except this one. Okay. Now, inside this div, we're going to go ahead and return another div with a class name of flex and items center, and then space on the x of 3. And then we're going to return another div with a class name of flex and items center, justified as center, and size of 8, bg dash purple dash 500, rounded, and then text dash white, font dash bold, and then text dash sm. Then inside here, once again, shift and then backslash 3 times for our icon. And then below this div, we're going to have an h1. This h1 is going to have dynamic class names. So text-xl, and then remember how I showed you to give important text in Tailwind. So you're going to have an exclamation at the end. Otherwise, the text-xl class is not going to work because in our CSS, we are overriding it right here with font size 14. So text-xl and then font dash bold, transition colors, and then we're going to have $ curly bracket. If the theme is triple equal to dark, if that is true, then text slate dash 100. Otherwise, text slash dash 900, and then close it out. Now, inside the H1, we're simply going to go ahead and say Kanban, like so. And then below the H1 and then below 2 divs, 2. Now we want to go ahead and show our actual boards that we have created in the sidebar. So we're going to have a div with a class name of flex dash 1, padding all around of 6, overflow dash y dash auto. Inside this div, we're going to have div here, or rather another div, which is going to have dynamic class names. So we're going to say text dash extra small, XS, and then font dash semi bold, and uppercase, tracking dash wider, margin on the bottom of 4, transition dash colors, and then $ curly bracket if the theme is triple equal to dark. If that is true, then we're going to say text slate dash 400. Otherwise, we're going to say text slate dash 500. Inside this div, we're going to say all boards, and then open up our brackets and then curly brackets passing the boards.length. So it's going to show the number of boards that we have. Now we're going to go below this div, and we're going to have a button. This button is going to have an on click. So when you click on this button, we want to call the function called onCreateBoard. And then this button is going to have dynamic class names. So width dash full, and then flex, item dash center, space on the x, so space on the x of 3, and then padding all round of 3, rounded on the right of full, transition dash colors, and then margin on the bottom of 2, and then $ curly bracket if the theme is triple equal to dark. If that is true, then you want to say text dash slate dash 400, and then on hover text slate dash 100, and then on hover pg dash purple dash 900 with an opacity of 20. Otherwise, you want to go ahead and say text slate dash 500, then on hover text slate dash 900, and then on hover pg dash purple dash 100. Now inside this button, we're going to have a span with a class name of font dash medium, and then text dash purple, and type it, text dash purple dash 500, and the text is going to say, the text is going to say create new board, just like that. Now below the button, we're going to have DnD context. So DnD context once again, context. And I think let's copy it from what we have on top. So DnD context right here, let's copy this. Obviously, we're going to need to change some things. So just copy and then paste it here. Now we're going to have DnD context taking the sensors and then collision detection and then on drag end. Now, instead of having the sortable context first, let's cut this out. And then we're going to turn a div with a class name of space on the y of 2. And then now we're going to paste in the sortable context. This takes in the items and the strategy, and then boards.map, and then it returns everything else just like that. So that should be okay. Now below DnD context right here, and then below this div, we're going to have another div which is going to have some dynamic class names. Now this one is going to say flex and item.center, justify center, center, and then space on the x of 2, rounded dash large, padding on round of 2, transition dash colors, and then $sign curly bracket if the theme is triple equal to dark. If that is true, then we're going to say bg slate dash 900. Otherwise, we're going to say bg slate dash 100. Then close this out. And then inside this div, we're going to show the sun icon and then close it out. This is going to have some dynamic class names. So curly brackets like so, size dash 4, and then $sign curly brackets. If the theme is triple equal to light, now not dark. If that is true, then you want to return text purple dash 500. Otherwise, we want to say text slate dash 400. And then below the sun icon, which ends right here, we're going to have a button. This button is going to have an on click. So when you click on this button, we want to call the on theme toggle. And then the class name for this is going to say relative, and then width dash 12, typing width dash 12, height dash 6, bg purple dash 500, rounded dash full, and transition dash colors. And then within this button, we're going to have a div with dynamic class names. So close it out. Now this div is going to have a class name here, open up your curly brackets, and we're going to say absolute, and then size dash 5, rounded dash full, top dash 0.5, transition dash transform, and then $sign curly bracket if the theme is triple equal to dark. If that is true, then we're going to say transform and then translate on the x by 6. Otherwise, we're going to say transform and then translate on the x by 0.5. Now inside this div, and actually this div doesn't have anything inside, so let's make it self-closing. Let's make it self-closing like so. And then we're going to go below this button and we want to go ahead and show the moon icon. So let's copy this. Let's paste it here. Now this is going to say moon, the moon icon which we imported. And this is now going to be checking for dark. Now if dark is true, we want to return text purple 500 and then text light 400, just like that. And that is correct. Now below this div, we want to go ahead and have a button here, which when you click on, is going to toggle the sidebar. So shrink it or expand it. So we're going to have a button here. On click, we're going to be calling the on toggle collapse. Close it out. This is going to have some dynamic class names. So flex, items dash center, and then space x of 3, padding on the x of 2, padding on the y of 1, transition dash colors, and then $sign curly bracket if the theme is triple equal to dark. If that is true, then text slate dash 400, then on hover, text dash slate dash 500, sorry, dash 100. Otherwise, we want to say text slate dash 500, and then on hover, text slate dash 900. And then inside this button, we're going to show the eye off icon. The eye off icon is going to have a class name of size dash 4. And then below this, we're going to have a span. Let's go immediately to below it. We're going to have a span with a class name of text dash sm and font dash medium. And the span is going to say medium. The span is going to say hide sidebar. And then below the button, we're going to now show the sign out button. So sign out button, which we imported from Clerk React. And then inside this, we're going to return a div, not dvi, div. Close it out. And then this div is going to have some dynamic class names. So curly brackets and then backticks. And we're going to say flex, items dash center, space on the x of 3, padding on the x of 2, padding on the y of 1, transition dash colors, and then $sign curly bracket if the theme is triple equal to dark. If that is true, then we're going to say text slate dash 400, and then on hover we're going to say text slate dash 100, slate dash 100. Otherwise, we're going to say text slate dash 500, and then on hover text slate dash 900, and type is 900. just like that. And then inside this div, we're now going to show the log out icon. This is going to have a class name of size-4, close it out. And then below this, another span with a class name of text-sm and font-medium. And the text is going to say medium. Come on. The text is going to say logout, just like that. Now, in order that we don't get this error, let's just go ahead and return a div here that says sortable board item. Sortable. We can save that, and probably let's remove this as well so that don't get any issues. Let's check this. Okay, it should be okay. So if we save that, we should now be on the screen, and you can see right there that we have our working sidebar. Fantastic. Now I immediately notice that the styles here are not applying, and that's because I decided to change something on the last minute. So instead of having this check for art theme dark, let's remove it. And then let's remove the quotation marks there as well, and then let's remove this part right here, and then this one as well. Remove the quotes, and this should say slate. Oh, is it because I misspelled the thing? Let's confirm. So text slate and then hover. Now this should now say on dark mode, like so, and then this should now say on dark and then hover, so that we don't get this error right there. So let's save that. Let's see whether it applies. Now it applies. Okay. So I think we can use this right there. And I don't know whether this syntax is going to work for the other places where we have the ampersand theme, because I did not have the foresight of testing it out before I started recording. Now, the next thing that we need to do is work on this component. So right here, we need to go ahead and destructure the board, because remember that where we're using this, we are passing in some props, as you can see. So we need to destructure all of these props. So we need to destructure the board, the current board, the on board select, the show, delete, confirm, and set show, delete, confirm. We also need the handle, delete board, and then the is collapsed and the theme. Now inside here, we are going to go ahead and destructure a bunch of things, and this is coming from use sortable, like so. And use sortable is going to take in the ID as board._id, so board which is coming from here. So once we create it, now we're going to go ahead and destructure the attributes, the listeners, and these are all coming from the use sortable. So they're not custom functions that we have created. And then set node ref and transform, and then transition and is dragging. Just make sure that I've not misspelled anything. Transition, okay. And then below this, below this, we're going to say const style is equal to, and then open up our object here, and then we're going to say transform, and then we're going to call CSS, which we imported, dot transform dot toString, and then pass in the transform, which we're getting from right here. And then we're going to pass in the transition as well. So you can pass in transition as transition, but in JavaScript, when the property is the same as the value, you can just omit one of them, and it is going to understand that. And this should be a comma, not a semicolon. And then we're going to pass in the opacity. So the opacity is going to be dependent on the is dragging. So if is dragging is true, then we want to reduce the opacity to 0.5. Otherwise, we just want it to have an opacity of 1, just like so. And then we're going to have a function here called get initials. So get initials, which is simply just going to get the initials of a board and show them when we collapse the sidebar. So this is going to take in the name as an argument. And then I'm going to say const words is equal to name dot trim, and then dot split, and split, not splice. Split it where there is a space. And then I'm going to say return words dot length and check if it is greater than 1. If that is true, then we're going to say words dot map. And then for every word that get words, so I'm calling it W, get the W and get the first initial, and then dot join, and then join it without any space, dot slice, slice and get the first 2 characters like so, and then dot to uppercase, And then if the length is less than 1, then I'm going to say name.slice and then get the first 2 characters like so, .2 uppercase, like so. I hope that is correct. If it is not correct, then we're going to get an error. And below this, we're going to say if is collapsed is true, then we're going to return a div here. And this div is going to have a ref of set node ref. And then it's going to have a style of style, which are just destructured on top. And then the class name here is going to say margin on the bottom of 2, padding on the X of 4. And then inside this div, we're going to have a button. When you click on this button, we're going to call an inline function here called onBoardSelect, and then pass in the board. And then the class name for this is going to be dynamic. So class name gets size-10, flex, items-center, justify-center, text-extra small, and then font-bold, and transition-colors. And then $ curly bracket, we want to check if the current board $._id. So question mark because the board might not exist when the app is loading. So if it doesn't exist, then you just want to show nothing until it exists. This should have an A. So current board.id is triple equal to the board._id. And if that is true, this should not be there. This should be inside here. So if that is true, then you want to apply the class names of bg purple-500 and text-white. Otherwise, we want to check if the is triple equal to dark, and if that is true, then we want to show bg slate-900, text slate-300, and type this class. Okay, text slate-300. Then on hover, we're going to say bg-purple. What is this? bg-purple 600, and then on hover, text-white. And then otherwise, then we're going to say bg slate-100, text slate. Oh my god, why can't I type slate? Slate-700, and then on hover, bg purple-600, and then on hover, text-white, just like that. Now inside this, inside the button, we're going to show we're going to call rather the get initials, and then pass in the board.name. And I've just remembered that we want to have a title on this button so that when you hover over the button, then it's going to show you the title of the board. So we're going to pass in the board.name just like that. And then now we can begin to build out our actual return right here. So we're going to turn a div here, which is going to have a ref equal to the set node ref. And then the style is going to be equal to the style. And then the class name is going to be dynamic. So just like that, group, and then width-full, flex, items-center, justify-between, padding on the X of 4, padding on the Y of 3, rounded-full, or rather rounded-right-full, and then transition-colors. And then you want to check, so once again, something convoluted just like this. So let's copy this entire thing up to here. I think should be okay. So copy, and then just paste it here. So you want to check if the current board._id, actually, you know what, let me save it so that it formats a bit better. That's much more easier to work with. So we want to say what? If the current board $._id is triple equal to the board, then bg purple text white, and then when theme is equal to dark, so this is where the class names begin to change. So remove these class names here, and then remove the class names of the dark mode here as well. So if theme is triple equal to dark, if that is true, then we want to say text slate-500, and then on hover, text slate-100, and then on hover, bg purple 600 with an opacity of 20, and then otherwise we're going to say text slate-500. Why can't I type this? Come on. So text slate-500, and then on hover, text slate-900, and then on hover, bg-purple-100, just like that. And then now inside this div, we are going to have a button. This button is going to have a props here, but we're going to spread them out. So open up your curly brackets and then spread out the attributes, which you remember we are getting back when we are destructuring them from here. So spread out the attributes and then spread out the listeners as well. Listeners, and then it's going to have a class name here of cursor dash grab, so that when it is active, then it shows the hand icon actively grabbing. And then on the active state, it's going to say cursor dash grabbing, and then inline dash flex. And then when you click on this button, so on click, we're going to open up our inline function, and we're going to say e.stop propagation, just like that. And what this will do is that there's a point in our application where we're going to have a model. So you want that when you click on this button, it is not going to open up the model. Otherwise, it is going to mess up the functionality of our application. Now, inside this button, we're going to show the grip vertical icon. So grip vertical, which is going to have a class name of size-4. Close it out. And I've messed up something. I apologize because I've messed up. This should not be a button. This should be a div. And then the button, the button should now wrap this div. So we're going to have a button that is wrapping this div. Now on this button, we're going to have an on click, and we're going to open this up, and we're going to call the on board select, and then pass in the board. And then the class names for this button, we're going to say flex, items-center, items-center, and then space on the X of 3, and then flex-1, and everything else should remain the same. Now we're going to go below this div, and we're going to have a span with a class name of font-medium, and then truncate, and this is going to show the board.name. So board.name, just like that. And then now we can go below this button, and then we want to check if show delete confirm is triple equal to the board._id, and if that is true, then we want to show something, and then if it is not true, then we're going to show something as well. Now in this case, we're going to return a div with a class name of flex and items-center, and then space on the X of 1, close it out. And then inside this div, we're going to have a button, and when you click on this button, so on click, open this up, and we're going to say handle delete board, and then we're going to pass in the board._id, and then the class name for this name, we're going to say padding all around of 1, text red-400, and then on hover, text red-500, and then text-extra small, close it out. Inside this button, we're going to say yes. And then below this button, we're going to have another button. So I think let's copy this, copy and paste it. Now this other button is going to say set show delete confirm, and this one is just simply going to go back to null like so. The class name is going to say padding all around of 1, and then text-extra small, so we can remove this. And then the text inside here is going to say no. And then for our else right here, once again, we're going to have a button. This button is going to have an on click. So when you click on this button, we have an inline function, which is going to call set show delete confirm, and we're going to pass in the board._id. And then the class name for this, we're going to say opacity-0, and on group-hover, we're going to say opacity-100, and then on hover, let's start with padding first of all, padding all around of 1, and then on hover, text red-400, and then transition-all. And then inside this button, we want to show the trash 2 icon with the class name of size-3, and then close it out. It is self-closing like so. And then once we have that, then we should be good to go, except that now we just need to fix our functions. So let's go ahead and fix our handle delete function. Let's go ahead and create it. So handle delete board is going to be as follows. We are going to say await delete board, which is a convex function, which is going to take in the ID as the board ID, which is our argument. And then we're going to say set show delete confirm, and return this into null. And then we're going to have an if statement here. So if current board !_id is triple equal to the board ID, then we're going to say const remaining boards is equal to boards.filter. Then for every board that you get back, then check for the board._id and then return the one that is not equal to the board ID from our arguments. And then if remaining boards dot length is greater than 0, then on board select, and then pass in the remaining boards, and then get the first one. And what this will ensure, remaining boards has an S, what this part is going to ensure is that if we delete a Kanban board, so from our sidebar, then it is automatically going to select another board which you're going to be able to view. Now for our else statement here, so if else, then we're going to say on board select, and then pass in null, just like that. And that is our handle delete board. And then for our handle drag end, we are going to go ahead and destructure the active and then the over, and then set this equal to the event. And then we're going to say if active.id is not equal to the over .id, meaning we are not actively dragging over something, then we're going to say const old index is equal to boards.findIndex, and then check for the board, and then return the ._id. Oh my god, I can't type ._id triple equal to the active.id, and then const new index is equal to boards.findIndex, pass in the board, or for every board that we get back, then return the board._id, which is triple equal to the over.id. And then we're going to say const reorder boards. We're going to say array move, and then pass in the boards, comma, the old index, and then the new index. And then once we have that, then we need to update the order of all the boards that have been affected. So for example, if you have like 5 of them and you drag the first one to the 3rd position, then the order for the 2nd and the 3rd has been altered, as well as for the 1st. So you need to update the index for all of them. So the way that we do that is we're going to use a for loop, and we're going to say for let I is equal to 0, semicolon, I is less than the reordered control spacebar, come on, reordered boards dot length, and I plus plus, and then open this up, and then we're going to say await update board order, and then open this up. We're going to pass in the board ID as reordered boards, reordered. You can't type this out. Reordered boards, and then get the index of I, and then get the _ID of it. And then the new order that we're going to give it is just like that. Now, if we save this, our application is going to break because we are using convex functions that we have not created. Let's jump into convex because we need to create the convex function. We need to create the delete board and then update board order. So you can see that we need to jump into the boards file, which we created in the last video. And then we need the delete board and then update board. So right here, we're going to say export const delete board, and this is going to be equal to a mutation because we are changing something into the database, and then export const update order, which is also going to be a mutation because once again, we are changing something in our database. So mutation, open this up, and then I think let's move this upwards so that the delete is going to appear as the last function. And you know what, this should not be called delete board because I called it remove. So I can rename this into delete board, but let me just rename the one in our convex to remove, so that now we can deal with our remove function here. So remove is going to take in the arguments here. So it's going to take in the ID as v.id coming from the boards table. And then the handler function is going to be an asynchronous function taking in the context and then the arguments, which we have gotten from above. Open this up. And then const identity. And I think we did this already. So let's just copy this, paste it here. And then in this case of the return, we're going to go ahead and say, if there's no identity, then throw new error and just say not authenticated. And I think probably it's better if we do this right here as well. Probably. Yeah, I think it should be okay. Now below this, we're going to say const user, and let's see. That's the same thing that we did here as well. I'm trying to keep away from typing as much as I can And we also need this part right here. So it's just paste it there. So const user, we're getting the user from the database by Clerk ID and then identity subject and then get the unique user. And then in this case here, now we're not returning an empty array. We're going to go ahead and say throw new error, and we're going to say user not found. And it's not return throw, it should be just be throw like so. And then we're going to say const board is equal to await context.db.get and then pass in the arguments.id. And then if there is no board or add or the board.user ID is not equal to the user._id that we have in our database, then throw new error and we're going to say board not found. Now, once we have that, then we need to go ahead and do a couple of steps. So first of all, we need to delete all the tasks that are in the board. So let me have a comment here that says delete all the tasks in the board. And we're going to go ahead and say this const tasks is equal to await context.db.query. And we're querying the tasks table. And we want to query this with index of by_board. And then our callback function here of q, we're going to say query.equals and then pass in the board ID and compare it with the arguments.id that we have. And then outside of this dot collect, so get all the tasks. And then once you get all the tasks, we want to have a for loop. So for const task of tasks. So then we're going to say await context.db.delete and then pass in the task._id. So delete all the tasks that are in the board. Now, once you delete all the tasks, then we want to delete all the columns. So delete all the columns that have been created. Now it is going to be very similar to this. So let's copy this and then paste it here. Now, this is not going to be called tasks. It is going to be called columns. Then let's just copy this and we're going to be going into the columns table and we want to index by board and then board ID, arguments.id, and then collect all of them. And then now this is going to be const column of columns. So, and then delete the column._id just like that. And then once we have that, then now we can delete the board. So have a comment here. So delete the board. So we're going to say await context.db.delete and then pass in delete, pass in the arguments.id just like that. Okay, so that is our delete function. This should have an n that we don't get that error. Const column of columns. Okay, it was still registering. Now let's go ahead and handle our update order function. So this is going to be a mutation as well. It is going to have some arguments here. So board ID is going to be v.id coming from the boards table. And then the new order is going to be v.number. Oops, come on. Really? v.number. And then our handler function is going to be an asynchronous function taking the context and the arguments, where we're going to go ahead and do some copy pasting. So copy this entire thing up to the user. So copy and then paste it here. And then below this, we're going to say const board is equal to await context.db.get and then pass in the arguments.board ID. And then we want to check if there is no board. And actually, I think this is something that we've done already. So right here, so if there's no board, so copy, then just paste it here. Then we're going to say board not found. And then below this, we're going to say await context.db.patch because we are updating something in the database. So arguments.board ID, open this up, board ID, open that up. And we want to update the order and we want to give it the order of arguments.new order. So the new order is determined from our front end. If you remember how we created the new order and then the old order. And then we're simply going to go ahead and say return await context.db.get and then pass in the arguments.board ID like so. Now, once we have that, we can save it and then Control J just to make sure that your Convex is running. So uploading functions, as you can see, and then there we go, we have a green check mark. And then if we go back into application, let's Shift F5 to reload it, everything. And then you can go ahead and try to say create new board, and that should open up the, is it the create board model, I think. Now the next thing that we need to do is have the create board model, obviously. So let's go ahead and work on that in the next video. So inside create board model, this is what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and import the use state hook from React. We're going to import use mutation. This is coming from convex/react. We're going to import the API, import API from convex/generated/API. And then we're going to import some ShadCN components which we have not yet installed. So we're going to import the dialog component, the dialog content, the dialog header, and the dialog title. This is all coming from /UI/dialog, which we don't yet have. And then we're also going to import the toast component from Sona, which we installed. Now let's go ahead and install the dialog component. So Control J, and then inside our third terminal here, we're going to say pnpx ShadCN add dialog. And then as that is installing, we can go ahead and continue building out our application. So create board model text in the is open prop, and then the on close and on, on board created, and then the theme as well. Now once we have that, then we're going to say const name and set name. This is going to be equal to use state. By default, it is going to be an empty string, and const create board is equal to use mutation, and we're going to pass an API boards.create. So we need to have this function as well. And then const handle submit is going to be an asynchronous function taking the synthetic event of E, and we're going to say e.prevent default. And then if there is no name.trim, then simply return. Otherwise, we're going to say const board is equal to, is equal to await. Oh my God, I can't type this. I don't know, it feels as though Z is lagging just a bit. That's how it feels. So await create board, and then open this up, and this is going to take in the name as name.trim, which we're getting back from our state value. And then outside of this, once we create the board, then we want to reset the values. So we're going to say set name back to an empty string, and then call the on close function to close the dialog, and then call the on board created function, and then pass in the board, and then have the toast.success message showing curly brackets, not curly brackets, sorry, but backticks, and then board, and then $ curly bracket, name of the board. What is this? Name of the board created, just like that. So board, like, I don't know, board groceries created, something like that. Now for our return, we're going to go ahead and return the dialog component. So dialog component, which takes in the open prop, and this is going to be equal to the is open, and then on open change, which is going to handle how our dialog appears, is going to be equal to the on close function. And then inside here, we're going to show this should say dialog, not div, dialog. Inside here, we're going to show the dialog content, and this is going to have a dynamic class name. So max width -md, and then grounded -xl, border, and then shadow -large, and then $ curly bracket. If the theme is triple equal to dark, and this should be inside double quotes to dark, if that is true, then you want pg slate-950, and then border -slate-800, and text slate-100. Otherwise, you want to have pg-white, then border -slate-200, and text slate-900. Just like that, and then close this out. And then inside the dialog content, we're going to have dialog header, and dialog header is going to have dialog title. Dialog title is going to have a class name of text XL and then exclamation to mark it as important, then font dash semi-bold. Inside the dialog title, we're simply going to say create new board, and then we're going to go below. What is this? We are missing the dialog header closing, so dialog header. Now below the dialog header, we're going to have a form here, and this form is going to have an auth submit, which is going to be calling the handle submit function that you've just created above, and it is going to have a class name of space on the Y of 5 and then margin top of 2. Inside this form, we're going to have div, and then inside this div, we're going to have a label, and this label is going to have a class name which is dynamic, so block and then text dash sm font dash medium margin and bottom of 2 and then $ curly bracket. If the theme is triple equal to dark, if that is true, then we're going to say text slate dash 300. Otherwise, we're going to say text slate dash 700 and then close this out. And this is simply going to say the board name. And then below the label, we're going to have an input here. And this input is going to be a type of text. It is going to have a value of name and an on change here. So on change, we're going to call E, and we're going to say set name. Oops, what is that? Set name into e.target.value. And then the placeholder for this is going to say EG web design, and the placeholder can be anything that you want it to be. And then the class names for this is going to be dynamic. So open this up once again, width dash full, padding on the X of 3, padding on the Y of 2, rounded dash large, and then border. Then on focus, we can say focus, outline dash none, and then on focus, ring dash 2, and then transition, and then $ curly bracket. If the theme is triple equal to dark, if that is true, we're going to say bg slate dash 900, and then border dash slate dash 800, text slate dash 100, placeholder dash slate dash 500, and then on focus, ring dash purple dash 400. Otherwise, we're going to say bg dash white, then border dash slate dash 300, text slate dash 900, placeholder slate dash 400. Then on focus, we're going to say ring dash purple dash 500, just like that. And then we're going to set it to required. And that is almost our entire form. Now we're going to go below this div, and we're going to have a button here with a type of submit. And this button is going to have some dynamic class names, but the text for the button is simply going to say create board. Now the class names for the button, we're going to say width dash full, padding on the Y of 2, rounded dash large, and then transition. And then on focus, we're going to say outline dash none. And then on focus, we're going to say ring dash 2. And then $ curly bracket if the theme is triple equal to dark. What have I done here? Okay, so if it's triple equal to dark, then we're going to say bg dash purple dash 500, text dash white. Then on hover, bg dash purple dash 600. Then on focus, we're going to say ring dash purple dash 400. Then otherwise, we're going to say bg dash purple dash 600, text dash white. And then on hover, bg dash purple dash 700. Then on focus, ring dash purple dash 500. Just like that. We can now save that, and now that is our entire create board model. Let's go ahead and shift F5, reload this, and you can see that now we are no longer getting the text of the create board model. But now if we click this, then we have our board model right there. Now I can go ahead and try to create a new board here, but it is going to fail because we don't have the function in Convex. So let's go ahead and create this function right here in Convex, and we are calling it where? In the handle submit. So back inside Convex and then inside boards, we're simply going to go to the top, and then I'm going to say export const create, which is going to be a mutation. Open this up, and this takes in the arguments here and takes in the name as v.string. So v.string. And then for the handler function, this is an asynchronous function taking the context and the arguments. And then we're going to go ahead and copy this part up to here, copy and paste it. And then instead of returning an array here, we're going to say return throw new error, and then pass in user not found. And then below this, we want to go ahead and get all the boards for the user. So we're going to say const boards is equal to await context.db.query, and we are querying the boards table. We are querying it with index of by underscore user. So querying it by each unique user. And then for our callback function, we're going to say q.eq and then pass in user ID and compare it with the user dot underscore ID. That should be correct. And then dot collect to get all the boards. And then below this, we're going to say const max order. So the maximum order of the board. So const max order is equal to math.max. And then pass in spread out the boards.map. And then for every board that you get back, we are calling it B. We're going to say B.order or set it as 0. And then outside of this, comma -1. And then const board ID is equal to await context.db.insert. And we are inserting into the boards table. And what are we inserting? We're inserting the name of the board as arguments name. We're inserting the user ID as user._ID. We're inserting the order as max order +1. So to always increase it so that you don't have two boards with the same order. And then created at is going to be date.now, just like that. And then below this, we are simply going to go ahead and say return await context.db.get and then pass in the board arg ID, like so. Now I can save that and then Control J, always confirm that this is working. You can see that when we tried to submit it without creating this function, it gave us this error. But now if we go ahead and create board, then you can see that now a new board has been created, and this is the initials. And you also saw our toaster component. However, this is not what I wanted it to be. Let's create another board here. Let's call it React Topics. And then create board. Now you can see that when the active board has been selected, then it is styled out differently. And then you can select the boards that you want. However, this is not what I expected it to be, because this should only show up when the sidebar has been hidden. So when you hide the sidebar, when it is shrunk down like this, that's when we want to show the initials. And then when it is opened up, we want to show the full names of the board. So let me go ahead and figure out why this is showing as it is showing. And then I've also just noticed that we are not seeing the correct thing here, but our light mode toggle, as you can see, is working. So let me go ahead and figure out these two things, and then we can continue with the video. And we have a third error here, which is initialize default columns. And this is, we don't have this function yet. That's the reason why. So we're going to be creating that function as well. So let's ignore this for now. So the first thing to fix is in our theme toggle, we have the sun and then the button right here, and then the div and then the moon. So right here on this div, we're going to give it a color of PG white, so that when we save it, then our toggle is now going to appear right there, much better. Okay, so I've finally solved the other issue that we have, and the issue is right here. So let me show you where you can find it. So where we are displaying the boards, so all boards, and then the button, we have the DnD context, and we have the bottom up, so the sortable board item. The is collapse is always set to true, so we need to set this part to false, because this is the part that is showing the larger sidebar, the width of 72. So that now when you save that, then it now shows the sidebar icons, and you can see that you have our draggable thingy right here, and it is already draggable, as you can see. And we also have our delete icon here. So when I click on this, it shows the yes or no right there. If you click on yes, it deletes it. If you click on no, then it goes back to that. So you can try to rearrange them. You can see that the rearrangement should work. It's not working. Well, that's annoying. Let's check our convex. Let's check the boards, because now we should have 2 boards and the order is still there, but they both have an order of 1. Let's create a new board. Let's say test, create it. And then there's something we are doing wrong in the boards. Okay, once again, I found the other issue that was plaguing us, where I had set the new order here into 1 instead of I. So it should be I to get the index instead of setting it into 1. So save that. And then now if you drag and drop, then it should reorder, as you can see right there. Fantastic. So we are moving along quite well. And in the next video, we're going to begin working on the board so that we can actually see the columns that we have in each board. Now, board.jsx is also going to be another huge component. And as we begin, I want to mention that I have switched over into VS Codium, which is my preferred code editor, since when I was working with Z, it seemed as though it was lagging just a bit and it was becoming a bit harder to type on it. So I opted to switch back into VS Codium, and then I can go ahead and play around with Z in another project maybe, preferably one that is not so heavy on my machine. So inside VS Code or VS Codium, I have one terminal which is running our dev server, another terminal which is running Convex, which shows me that we don't have this function, and then a third terminal which is going to be for our installations anytime that we need it. And of course, our browser still remains the same. We still have our dev server here, and then Convex here, and then Clerk, which we don't even need, so I can close it. So let's go ahead and begin to build out our board.jsx. So we are going to import use state from React. We are going to import the plus icon from Lucid React. We are going to import the use query from Convex React and use mutation as well. We are also going to import API from .. I don't know why it's getting this import wrongly, but it should be .. and then .. And then we're going to import the DnD context. Once again, this is because of drag and drop, and then drag overlay, and then closest corners. This should be closest corners, not closest center. So closest corners, and then keyboard sensor and pointer sensor, and use sensor and use sensors. So take note that all of that is coming from DnD-Kit /core. And then we are also going to import the sortable context. What am I typing here? So import the sortable context from DnD-Kit sortable. We also want to import the sortable keyboard coordinates from DnD-Kit sortable. And then we want to import a bunch of components that we're going to use. So first of all, import the user button, which is coming from Clerk React. And then we're also going to import a component here that we're going to create called column, which is coming from /column. And then copy this down a bunch more times, and then just highlight this and then Control-D to select the next one. We want to get the task model, and then this one, and then create task model, and then highlight this one, and then create column model. Highlight this one. This one is going to say edit column model. And then this one is going to say task card, and we don't need these 3 right there. So we need to go ahead and create these components, otherwise we're going to have issues. So inside our components folder, we can just right click and say new file, create column.jsx, and then let's say RFC, and then enter save, and then create a new file called task model.jsx, RFC, enter save, and then create a new file called create task model.jsx, RFC, enter save, and then create column model.jsx, RFC, enter save. We need the edit column model.jsx, RFC, enter save, and then we need the task card. So task card.jsx, RFC, enter and save, and console and then save. And I don't know whether I've mentioned that extension that I'm using for RFC, but it is an extension that is called ES7 Plus, React Redux, and React Native Snippets. So it just gives me access to shorthand properties like that I can do so that I don't have to keep on writing the same piece of code over and over again. Now, once we have that, then we know that our board takes in the board as well as the theme as props. And then we can go ahead and have our state values here, which are quite a bit. So const selected task and set selected task. This is equal to useState, and by default, it is going to be null. Then let's copy this down. This second one is going to say is create model open, and then set is create model open. This one by default, it is going to be false. This third one by default is also going to be false, and it is going to say set is create column model open, like a huge name, and then is create column model open. And then we're going to have this one is going to say editing column, so editing column and set editing column. By default, it is going to be null. And then this other one is also going to be null, and we're going to say set active task and active task, and then set active task. Okay. Now below this, we're going to have our convex functions. So we're going to say const tasks is equal to use query, and we're going to pass in api.tasks.list, and we don't have this function. And then this is going to have comma and board, check for board if it is true. If it is true, then return the board ID as board._ID. And otherwise, we want to skip the query. And if that doesn't exist, or we want to return an empty array. And then const columns is equal to, this is going to say use query, pass in api.columns.list, and then this checks for the board. If it is true, then take the board ID as board._ID. Otherwise, we want to skip the query. And if it doesn't exist, then we want to return an empty array once again. And then const initialize columns is equal to use mutation, passing api.columns.initialize default columns, because that's what we called it in the other part as well. And then const update task order is equal to use mutation, passing api.tasks.update order, just like that. And these are all functions that we need to create. And then next, we are going to have our sensors. So const sensors, just like we did in the sidebar. Use sensors, open this up, then use sensor, open it up once again, passing pointer sensor, then comma, use sensor again, passing the keyboard sensor, and then comma, open this up, passing coordinate getter as the sortable keyboard coordinates, just like that. And then below this, we are going to go ahead and have a use effect, which I forgot to import. But this use effect is going to have some dependency array, so it's going to be dependent on the board as well as the columns.length. And this use effect, what it is going to do is it is going to create some default columns for us every time that we create a new board. So if there is a board and the columns.length is triple equal to 0, so meaning if there's a board but there are no columns in the board, then what we want to do is call the initialize columns that we are getting from Convex, then passing the board ID as board._ID, meaning create new columns into that particular board only. And then once you have that, this says what? Missing dependency, initialize columns. So if I do that, let's see, initialize columns, I hope it doesn't tell me to pass a use callback anywhere. Okay, that's okay. Now, once you have that, then we're going to create a function here called get tasks by column. This is going to take in the column ID. Writing columns is so difficult. So column ID, and we're going to say return tasks.filter. Then for every task that we get back, then check for the task.column ID if it is equal to the column ID that we have in our arguments. And if it is, then return that task. And then the other function that we're going to get is get task count. This takes in the column ID, and we're going to go ahead and say return tasks dot filter. Then for every task that we get back, then return the task dot column ID, which is triple equal to, and what am I doing? That is the wrong thing. This should return get tasks by column. Get task by column, pass in the column ID, and then get the dot length, just like that. That is how you get the task count. And the task count is going to be unique for every column. So for every column, we're going to show a task count for that particular column. And then const handle drag start. This is going to take in the event as an argument, where we're going to say const and then destructure the active. This is going to be coming from the event, and we're going to say const task is equal to tasks dot find. Then for every task that we get back, then task dot underscore ID is going to be triple equal to the active dot ID, and then set active task into the task that we get back, and spell this correctly. And then below this, const handle drag end. This is going to be an asynchronous function taking the event, and then open this up. And here we're going to go ahead and destructure the active as well as the over, and then this is coming from the event, and we're going to say set active task into now, and then want to check if there is no over, then return, and then we want to get the task ID. So const task and then const task ID is equal to active.id, and then const over ID is equal to over.id. And then the first thing that we need to do in order to handle our drag is that we need to find the task that is being moved. So we're going to do that by saying const task is equal to tasks.find, and then for every task that we get back, then get the task dot underscore ID, which is triple equal to the task ID, which we're getting above. And then we're going to say if there is no task, then simply return. And then otherwise, if there's a task, then we want to go ahead and get the destination column of the task. So where you're going to drop it to. So we're going to say let dest column ID, so destination column is equal to over ID, and then let dest task is equal to tasks.find. And then for every task that we get back, get the task.underscore ID, which is triple equal to the over ID, like so. And then if dest task is true, then dest column ID is going to be equal to dest task dot column ID. And then else, we're going to go ahead and say the following. We want to check first of all if it has been dropped into a column. And what is this error? Dest column ID is there. That should not be an error. So we're going to say const column is equal to columns dot find, and then for every column that we get back, then return the column dot underscore ID, which is triple equal to the over ID. And then we're going to have another if statement here. So if column exists, then the destination column ID is going to be equal to the column dot underscore ID. And then else, we're going to say return. So return just like that. So what is this? Why is this giving me an issue, but it's not an issue? It is let, so it should not be an issue because we should be able to reassign this. Let me ignore it for a moment. Or let's say let here. Is it going to be an issue? Still an issue. Now we're going to go below this else, which ends here. And we're going to say if task.column ID is equal to the dest column ID and there is no destination task, then we're going to say return, meaning we have dropped it into the same column, so there's no need to reorder anything. Otherwise, we want to go ahead and get the tasks that are in the destination column. So const dest tasks is equal to get task by column and then passing the dest column ID. And then we want to go ahead and calculate the new order of the tasks that have been created. So we're going to say let new order, and then if destination tasks, so if dest tasks dot length is triple equal to 0, then we're going to say new order is equal to 0 as well. And then we're going to have an else if. So else if there is a destination task, then we're going to say const dest index. Destination index or dest index is equal to dest tasks dot find index. Then for every task that you get back, then return the task dot underscore id, which is triple equal to the dest task dot underscore id. And then if the dest task, the dest index is triple equal to 0, then the new order is equal to dest index, and then get the first index dot order -1. And then else we'll say const before task is equal to dest tasks, and then passing the dest index -1, and then const after task is equal to dest tasks, and then pass in the dest index like so. And then we're going to set the new order into, open this up, before task plus this should be before task dot order plus after task dot order, and then divide it by 2, just like that. And then we're going to have an else statement here where we're going to say new order is equal to dest tasks, and then pass in the dest tasks dot length -1, so -1, and then dot order +1, meaning it has been dropped in the last position. Now once we do all that, then finally we want to call the function here called await update task order, which we created in the last video. Task ID is going to be task ID, and then new column ID is going to be dest column ID, and then new order is going to say new order, just like that. Fantastic. Now we still have a bunch of errors, and that's because of this function that we're not using, as well as this on the top as well. But then we're going to go below this, and we're going to say that if there is no board, by typing border, then you want to go ahead and return a div here, and this div is going to have some dynamic class names, so curly brackets and then backticks, flex and then flex-1, and items-center, justify-center, height-full, transition-colors, and then $sign curly bracket. If the theme is triple equal to dark theme, then we're going to say that apply bg slate-900, otherwise apply bg slate-100. And then inside this div, we're going to have another div with the class name of text-center, and then we're going to have an h2. What is this here? This should be a question mark. So we're going to have an h2, close it out, not a div. Really h2. So this h2 is going to have dynamic class names as well. So open this up. You can say text-2xl and then exclamation, font-semi-bold, and then margin on the bottom of 2, and transition-colors, and then $sign curly bracket. If the theme is triple equal to dark, if that is true, then we're going to say text slate-100, otherwise we're going to say text slate-900. And then inside the h2 we're going to say, we're going to go ahead and say welcome to your Kanban. Now if we save that, it's still going to break our application because of all these other functions, or this part right here, because we don't have some of these functions. So let's just go ahead and continue building this out. And below the h2 we're going to have a paragraph here with some dynamic class names. So a class name here of transition-colors, and then $sign curly bracket. We want to check if the theme is triple equal to dark, and if that is true, then we're going to say text slate-400, and otherwise we're going to say text slate-500. This should be a question mark. Why do I keep having a semicolon? Now the paragraph is going to say create or select a board to get started. Now let's go ahead and build out our return. Now we're going to return a div here with dynamic class names. So once again, open this up, and we're going to say flex-1, then min width-full, flex-column, transition-colors, then $sign curly bracket. If the theme is triple equal to dark, if that is true, then we're going to say bg slate-950. Otherwise, we're going to say bg slate-50. Now inside this, we're going to have another div with dynamic class name. So open this up and we're going to say flex items-center justify-between and padding all around of 6 border-bottom and transition-colors. Then $ curly bracket if the theme is triple equal to dark. If that is true, then I'm going to say border-slate-800. Otherwise, we're going to say border-slate-200. And close this out. Inside this div, we're going to have an h1. This h1 is going to have some class names here. So dynamic text-2xl exclamation font-bold, and then transition-colors. Inside this h1, we're going to show the board name, so board.name. And then below the h1, we're going to have a div with a class name of flex and items-center and then space on the x of 4. Inside this div, we're going to have a button. This button is going to have an on-click, which is going to call an inline function. And this is going to say set is create modal open is create modal open. Set this into true. And then it's going to have some class names here. So class name is equal to flex items-center space on the x of 2, padding on the x of 4, padding on the y of 2, bg-purple-500, text-white, then rounded-full, font-medium, then on hop, bg-purple-600, and then transition-colors. And then inside this button, we're going to show the plus icon. This plus icon is going to have a class name of size-4. So size-4, and then close it out. And then the span is going to say add new task. Now below this button, we're going to go ahead and show the user button from Clerk, just like so. Now you can save that. We're not going to have anything on the screen. You can see it flashes for a minute, but then it evaluates that these functions don't exist, so it breaks. So I want us to be able to preview this screen as we build it out. So the next thing that we want to do is create our convex functions. So the first function that we're going to create is the list function here from the columns. So inside Convex, we're going to create a new file called columns.js. And then we're going to go ahead and say export const list. This is going to be equal to a query. So import it, open this up. This is going to take in some arguments here. So it's going to take in the board ID as v.id coming from the boards table. And then the handler function here is going to be an asynchronous function, taking the context and then the arguments. What is this? Taking the context and then the arguments. And then let's do a bit of copy pasting from the boards table. Let's go ahead and copy this entire part. So we need this part. Copy and then paste it here. And we need to import v as well. So right here, Control space and then enter to import it from convex values. So we are always going to be checking for this part. And because we know that we are going to be getting back a list of items, instead of saying throw new error, let's just go ahead and return an empty array like so, as well as for this part right here. We should actually say return and then return an empty array. So right here as well, return, otherwise we're going to have some syntax errors. And then below this, so below this right here, we're going to say const board is equal to context.db.get and then passing the arguments.board ID. And then I'm going to say if there is no board or the board.user ID. What am I typing? Oh my god. I think after this part, I'm going to take a break. It is 3 a.m. in the morning. So we're going to say board.user ID is not equal to the user. Oh my god, user._ID. Then we're going to go ahead and say return. And then we're going to say const. What am I typing? Oh no. Let me just finish this function and then I'm taking a break and just continuing another day. So const columns is equal to await context.db.query, and we are querying the columns table. We're querying it with index of by board. and then we're going to have a callback function here. We're going to say query.equals, then pass in the board ID and compare to the arguments.board ID that we have, and then dot collect to get all the columns. And then I'm going to say return columns.sort, and then we're going to have our sorting order as follows. So A comma B, and then return A.order minus B.order. So sort them according to the order, just like that. Now, let me pause it right there because I can feel I'm getting tired, and that is going to translate into the video, and I don't want that to happen. So we're going to continue in the next part by building out the tasks right here, as well as the initialized columns. So the next function that we need to build out is the list function in the tasks. So let's go ahead and create this file and then create this function. So inside Convex, we're going to right click, create a new file called tasks.js. And then inside here, we're going to go ahead and say export const list is equal to, this is a query, open this up. And then we need to go ahead and import query. And I know that later we're also going to use mutation inside here. So I'm just going to import it as well. And then let's import v from convex values. And then I'm going to pass in some arguments here. So this is going to take in the board ID as v.optional, and then pass in v.id coming from the boards table. And then it is also going to take in the column ID coming from v.optional first of all. So v.optional, optional, and then v.id coming from the columns table. And then the handler function here is going to be as follows. So asynchronous, taking the context and then the arguments, where we're going to go ahead and say const identity. And let's go ahead and copy this part because we don't need to keep on writing it out. So copy and then paste it here. And then right below this, we're going to go ahead and say that if arguments.board ID exists, then you want to go ahead and verify that the user is the one who owns that particular board. So I'm going to say const board is equal to await context.db.get, and then passing the arguments.board ID. And then I'm going to say if there is no board, or the board.user ID is not equal to the user._ID, then we'll go ahead and return an empty array like so. And then below this, we're going to say const tasks is equal to await context.db.query, and we're querying the tasks table. Is it, what they call it? I call it task. What did I call it? No, schema. This should be tasks with an S. I hope we have not used it anywhere else, but it should be called tasks. So let me just go ahead and search for task, and then let's say match the whole word, and then let's see. And not, it should be inside some double quotes so that we see. Okay, so there's no else that we are using it, so it should not mess us up anywhere. So we want query.tasks, and then we're querying it with index of by board. So search for tasks depending on the board. And then we're going to have a callback function here. We're going to say query.equals, and then check for the board ID and compare to the arguments.board ID, and then dot collect to get all of them, just like that. Now, once we have this, then we want to go ahead and do some sorting, and we want to sort the tasks by priority first, so that the ones that have the highest priority come first, and then sort them by the order second. Meaning if you rearrange them, then you're going to sort them as well, depending on the priority and then the order. So let me have a comment here that says sort by priority and then order. So we're going to say const priority order is equal to, open this up as an object. So the high priority is going to have 0, and then medium is 1, and then low is going to be 2. And then I'm going to say return tasks.sort, and then open this up, A comma B, and then I'm going to say const A priority. So const A priority is equal to priority order, and keep on typing that out, and then pass in as an array A priority or medium. So, and then const B priority is equal to priority order, can type it out, b dot, so not dot, but actually I've done it wrong. B dot priority. Priority. This should also say a dot priority, because we are getting the priority from the sorting that we're getting back from here. And what is this? What is this that I've written? This should be tasks dot sort. And then this is going to say this is a small p. And then this is going to say or medium, just like so. And then I'm going to say if a priority is not equal to b priority, then I'm going to say return a priority minus b priority, meaning sort them depending on the priority. Otherwise, we're going to go ahead and say return a dot order minus b dot order, meaning sort them depending on their order. And then we're going to go below this, and then below this curly bracket, and then we're going to say if arguments dot column ID exists, then we want to first of all verify. Let me have a comment. So verify that the user owns the column. So the user is the one who has created that column, so they should be able to do things to it. So I'm going to say const column is equal to await context.db.get, and then pass in arguments.column ID. And then if there is no column, or the column.user ID is not equal to the user._ID, then return an empty array. And then I'm going to say const tasks is equal to await context.db.query, and we're querying once again the tasks table, and we're going to filter this. So filter, our callback function is going to be as follows. So we're going to say query, and then we're going to go ahead and turn query.equals, and then query.field, and we are searching for the column ID. So filter from the column ID, and then outside of this, comma, arguments.column ID, like so, and then dot collect at the end of it. And then we want to do the same function here. So let's just go ahead and copy this and then paste it there. That is the sorting. The sorting is going to be the same. And then below this, we want to go ahead and return an empty array just like that. And that should be our entire function complete. We have this error because we are not yet using this convex function yet. But you can go ahead and save that. And then when you jump back into the board.jsx, we should be able to continue building this out. And I've just remembered that we have not created this function. So if we Control J, we are still going to get an error in our convex. We should get an error for initialize default columns. So let's go into columns, and then let's create the function that says initialize default columns. And for this one, I'm going to say export const initialize default columns. This is going to be a mutation, and then I'm going to open this up. It is going to have one argument, which is the board ID, which is coming from v.id from the boards table. And then the handler function is going to be asynchronous, taking the context and the arguments. And we're going to open this up, and then let's copy the identity part. So this part right here, copy, and then paste it here. So let's see. In this case, we're going to say if there's no identity, then throw new error, and we're going to say not authenticated. And then right here, we don't have a return. And then right here, we're going to say if there's no user, then throw new error, and we're going to say user not found. And then let's do a bit of more copying right here. So let's copy this part. So copy, and then right below this, let's paste it there. And then now we can go ahead and begin to type out everything. Actually, let's also throw new error rather, not return. So throw new error, and we're going to say board not found. And then right here, we're going to say we want to check if the column already exists, so that we don't need to create another duplicate column. So we're going to say const existing columns, existing columns is equal to await context.db.query, and we're querying the columns table with index of by board. So query by the board. And then I'm going to have a callback function here, where we're going to say query.equals, pass in the board ID, and compare to the arguments.board ID that we're getting, and then dot collect to get all of them. And then I'm going to say if existing columns dot length is greater than 0, then we're simply going to return the existing columns dot sort, and then a comma b, and then we're going to return a dot order minus b dot order to sort them. That should be correct. And then if there are no existing columns, then we want to go ahead and create some default columns. So const default columns is equal to, this is going to be an array of objects. So the name of one column is going to say to do, and you can rename this depending on how you want. The color that it is going to have is hashtag, let me see, hashtag 22D3EE. And then the order for this is going to be order number 0, meaning it's going to be the first column. And then let's copy this down 2 more times. The second one is going to say doing. This third one is going to say done. The color for the second one is going to say hashtag 8B5C F6. And then the order is going to be 1. This should be 5C. And then this one is going to say hashtag 22C55E. And then the order is going to be 2, meaning it is going to be the third column. This should have an end right there. And then let's go ahead and now create the columns. So const created columns is going to be an empty array, and then we're going to loop over them. So for const column of default columns, what am I typing? Default columns. Then we're going to say const column ID is equal to await context.db.insert, and we are inserting into the columns table, and the data that we want to insert is as follows. So the name is going to say column.name. The color is going to say column.color. The board ID is going to say arguments.board ID. The user ID is going to say user._ID. The order is going to say column.order, and then created at is going to say date.now to get the current time. And then right below this, we're going to say created columns.push, and we're going to say await context.db.get, and then pass in the column ID, meaning push this that we've just created into this variable. And then right below this, we're going to say return created columns, just like that. Now that is the entire function. So let's go ahead and save that. And then now if we jump into board, we can save this and we can take a look at our application, and you can see that now it is working. So if I try to go into a different board that I created, you can see that it is also toggling right on the top. So that's looking okay. Now we can continue to create this part. We were right here. So let's continue building out the UI. So right below the user button and then below 2 divs, we want to go ahead and create our columns. So we're going to go ahead and create a div with a class name of flex-1, padding all round of 6, and then overflow-auto. And then inside this div, we're going to have another div with a class name of flex, item-start, and then space on the x of 6, min width dash max, and then height dash full. And then inside here, we want to render out the DnD context. So DnD context takes in the sensors, which is going to be equal to the sensors that we created. And then collision detection is going to be equal to the closest corners. And then on drag start is going to be calling the handle drag start function. And then on drag end is going to be calling the handle drag end function. Close this out. Inside here, we're going to have the sortable context. So sortable context, and then this should be closed like so. Inside sortable context, it takes in a prop called items, which is going to be equal to tasks.map. And then for every task that we get back, then we're going to go ahead and return the task._ID like so. And then inside the sortable context, we're going to map over the columns. So columns.map. And then for every column that we get back, we're going to go ahead and return the column component. And do we have the column component somewhere? Right here. Okay, so I created it. So the column component is going to have a key of column._ID. And then it is going to take in the column as a prop, which is going to be equal to column. And then the count is going to be equal to get task count, and then pass in the column._ID. and then the tasks is equal to get tasks by column, and then pass in the column dot underscore id, and then the on task click is going to be equal to set selected task, and then on edit column is going to be equal to the set editing column, and then the theme here is going to be equal to the theme, just like that. Once we have that, we're going to go below the sortable context, and then we're going to create the new column button. So new column button. Inside here, we're going to have a div, the class name of width-72, and then shrink-0, which is flex shrink-0, and then flex, and then items-start, and justify-center with a padding on the top of 12. Inside here, you're going to have a button. This button is going to have an on click, which is going to be calling an inline function here called set is create model open, and set it to true. And then the class name for this is going to be dynamic, so backticks and then curly brackets, flex items center, and then space on the x of 2, padding on the x of 6, padding on the y of 3, font dash medium, text dash large, rounded dash large, border, min height dash, this should be 200 pixels, I think that's what I used, and then width dash full, and justify dash center, and then transition dash colors. And then you want to check, so ampersand and then curly brackets, you want to check if the theme is triple equal to dark, and if that is true, then you want to apply text slate dash 400, and then on hover text slate dash 100, and then bg slate dash 900, and then border dash slate dash 800, and then on hover we're going to say border dash purple dash 500, and then if it is not equal to dark, then I'm going to say text slate dash 500, and then on hover text slate dash 900, and then bg slate dash 100, border dash slate dash 200, and then on hover border dash purple dash 500, and then close this out. Inside the button, we're going to have the plus icon. The plus icon is going to have a class name of size-6, and then below this we're going to have a span that says new column. So span new column, just like that. Now you can save that, and we should be able to see the race right there. So this is the new column button that we were creating, and when you click on it, it should show a model which is going to allow us to create a new column right there. Now we're going to go below the button and then below the div, and we're going to have a drag overlay component. The drag overlay, inside here we're going to be checking for the active task. So if active task is true, then you want to go ahead and render out the task card component, and the task card component takes in the task as the active task, and then is dragging is going to be equal to true, and then otherwise, so if it is not true, if active task is not true, then you want to simply show null. Now we're going to go below the DnD context and then below two divs again, and we're going to go ahead and create our task detail model. So task detail model. Now inside here, you want to check if selected task is true, and only when selected task is true, that's when you want to have the task model, which takes in the task, the selected task. It takes in the on close as an inline function, which says set selected task into null, and then takes in the theme as the theme, and then close it out like so. And then next we want to have the create task model. So create task model. This takes in the is open prop. So is open is going to be dependent on the is create model open. The on close is going to be an inline function which is calling set is create model open. Give me the drop down. Okay, that is the wrong one. So create model open, change this into false, and then the board ID is equal to board dot underscore ID, and then the columns is going to be equal to the columns, and then the theme is going to be equal to the theme. And then once we have the create task model, we want to go ahead and have the create column model. So create column model. This is going to take in the is open, which is going to be equal to the is create column model open, and then the on close is going to be calling the set is create column model open, set it to false, and then the board ID is going to be equal to the board dot underscore ID, and then the theme is going to be equal to the theme. And then below this, we want to check for the editing. So if editing column is true, and only when it is true, that's when you want to go ahead and show the edit column model. Now the edit column model takes in the column name, which is going to be equal to the editing column. And then on close is going to be an inline function that says set editing column back into null, and then the theme as well is going to be equal to the theme. Now we can go ahead and save that, and you can see that our component now no longer has any errors because we are using everything. And now you can see that we need to create this as well as this. So let's go ahead and start with the create column model, because this is the one that is dependent on this, and the create task model is dependent on the button right here. So let's jump into create column model. So Control P and then search for create column model right there. So inside here, we're going to begin by importing use state from React. We're going to import use mutation from Convex React. We're going to import API from .. So this is always importing wrongly. So .. and then .. convex. And then we're going to import the dialog component from /UI dialog, which we installed from ShadCN, and then dialog content and dialog header and dialog title. And then we're also going to import the toast component from Sonar. So toast from Sonar. Now we're going to have some colors here, which I'm going to go ahead and copy because it's going to be faster. So right here, we have some preset colors. And the way that we're going to be using this is that when we create a new column, we want to assign a certain color to it. So you can add more to this to have some bit more of diversity, but this is going to suffice for our demonstration. Now the create column model takes in the is open prop, it takes in the on close, the board ID, and the theme. And then inside here, we're going to have our state values. So const name and set name is equal to use state. By default, it is going to be an empty string. And then const selected color, and set selected color is equal to use state, and then passing the preset colors like so. And then const create column is equal to use mutation, and then passing api.columns.create. We don't have this function, so we're going to create it. And then let's have our handle submit. So const handle submit is going to be an asynchronous function which takes in the event as follows. And then we're going to say e.prevent default. And then we're going to check if there is no name.trim to remove the spaces at the end, then simply return, because it means that they have not typed in anything. Otherwise, we're going to say await create column, and then this is going to take in the name as the name.trim to remove any extra spaces. The color is going to be selected color, and then the board ID is going to be the board ID. Now you can have it as that, or you can simply remove one because it has a similar name and JavaScript understands that, and this should have a D, board ID. Now once we do that, then we want to go ahead and reset the input. So we're going to say set name back to an empty string, and then set selected color back into the preset colors, but then select the first one that it shows this one as the default one. And I just noticed that we should do the same thing right here, so that it selects the first color. And then once we do that, then you want to call the onClose function, which is going to close the model, and then toast.success, where we're going to say new column added. So new column added. Now our return is going to be as follows. We're going to return the dialog component with the open prop being equal to the is open, and then on open change is going to be equal to the on close. And then inside here, we're going to have dialog content. Now dialog content is going to have some dynamic class names like so. So max with -md and then $ curly bracket. If the theme is triple equal to dark, if that is true, then bg bg-slate-900, otherwise bg-slate-100, and then close it out. And then inside dialog content, we're going to have dialog header and then dialog title. So dialog title, which is going to say create new column. And then below the dialog header, we're going to have a form, which is going to have an on submit, which is going to be calling the handle submit. And then it's going to have a class name of space on the y of 6, close it out. And then inside you're going to have a div and then a label with dynamic class names. So block and then text-sm, font-medium, margin on the bottom of 2, and then $ curly bracket if the theme is triple equal to dark. If that is true, then text slate-100, otherwise text slate-900. And then close up the label, and the label is going to say column name, just like that. Now below the label, we are going to have an input with a type of text with a value. Value is equal to name, and then on change, you can type it. We're going to go ahead and say set name into e.target value, and then the placeholder is going to say eg in review, and then the class names for this is going to say width-full, padding on x of 3, padding on y of 2, rounded-md, order-slate-800, bg slate-950, text slate-100, placeholder slate-400, and then on focus outline-none, on focus ring-2, and then on focus ring-purple-500, and then close it out, but then set it to required as well. Now we can save that, and you can see that right here we have our model. And this border is applying wrongly. So if we have a class of border here, and then change this into border-slate-700, that look, I think that's better. And then on light mode, we're going to say border-slate-300. So that is going to be visible on light mode. Let's see. Not so visible, but you know. And now this one is defaulting to name because of this part right here. The value here should be equal to the name, like so, instead of the text that says name. There we go. So now you can type into it. So you can say something like YouTube projects. Then when you create it, then it's going to appear as a column here. So let's go ahead and create the second input that we need. So right below this div, we're going to have another div. And then let's go ahead and copy this label because it has the same class name, so we don't want to type it out. But this is going to say column color, like so. And then below this label, we are going to have a div with a class name of grid, and then grid-columns-4, and then a gap of 3. And then inside here, you want to map over the preset colors. So preset colors.map. And for every color that you get back, we're going to open this up, and we're going to return a button with a key of color. So key is equal to color because there are no colors that have the same hex value or that repeat. And then this is going to be a type of button. And then when you click on this, we want to call the inline function that says set selected color into the color that we click on. And then the class name for this is going to be dynamic. So size-12, rounded-large, border-2, transition-all, and then $ curly bracket selected color is equal to the color. If that is true, then border-purple-500, and then scale it to 110. Otherwise, we want to return border-slate-800, and then on hover, scale it to 105 like so, and then close it out right there. And you know what? This should be self-closing because we're not going to be rendering anything inside the button. But then we want the button to have the background color that is similar to the colors that we have inside here. So the way that we're going to do that is using the style attribute here, and then open up an object, and we're going to say the background color is going to be equal to the color that we're getting back right there. That if I save that, then this is how it looks. Please load in. it should not do that, or this should have a small o. There we go. So now I can see that we have some colors here. Should have a gap on the colors here, a gap of 4. Did I not add a gap of 4? Or can do gap of 3? 4 seems huge. There we go. So now you can select these colors, and then when you select any of these colors, so whichever one you select, and then you create the column, that column is going to have the corresponding color. Now we're going to go below these two divs, and then we're going to have a button with the type of submit, and then the class name for this is going to say width-full, value on the y of 2, bg-purple-500, text-white, then rounded-md, font-medium, then on hover, bg-purple-600, then transition-colors, close it out, and then this is going to say create column. So create column, just like that. Now you can save that, and our button appears right there. So that now if I click on this orange or yellow one, and then the column name that I've given it is YouTube projects. So if I say create column, then the column should create. Oh, wait, we haven't created the function to create the column. So let's jump into Convex and then into columns, which is right here. And then let the create function become the first one. So right below our imports, let's go ahead and create our function. So we're going to say export const create. This is equal to a mutation. Open this up, and then I'm going to pass in some arguments here, which is going to be name, which is v.string, and then the color is v.string, and then the board ID is v.id coming from the boards table, and then our handler function is going to be an asynchronous function taking the context and the arguments. And we're going to go ahead and do some copy pasting. Let's copy and paste this bottom one, which has the throw new error, as well as I think this part is also necessary. Let's copy, paste it here. And then once we do that, then we want to go ahead and get the column. So const columns is equal to await context.db.query, and we're querying the columns table. We're querying it with index of by board, and then we're going to have a callback function here. We're going to say query.equals, and then pass in the board ID and compare to the arguments.board ID, just like so, and then dot collect. And then once we have that, then we're going to say const max order, meaning the highest order for that particular board. We're going to say math.max, and then open this up, spread out the columns, and then dot map over them, like so. And then for every column that you get back, get the column.order, like so, and get the -1, meaning get the last one. And then const column ID is equal to await context.db.insert, and we're inserting into the columns table. And what are we inserting? We're inserting the name as arguments.name. We are inserting the color as arguments.color, the board ID as arguments.board ID. We're inserting the user ID as user._ID, and then the order is going to be the max order +1, and then the created art, we can say date.now, just like so. And then once we create our column, this should be a semicolon. So once we create our column, then we're going to say return await context.db.get, and then pass in the column ID, just like so. So you can save that and Control J, and if you check inside your Convex, then we should have a check mark. Now, if you go back and say create column here, then it should create the column if our app reloaded. And we're getting an error that says board not found. So board not found is because of this part right here. And I hope I did that correctly. So context.db.get arguments.board ID. If there is no board, or the board user ID is not equal to user_ID, throw new error. Okay, so we are getting an error. Let's check inside here. Let's just confirm that our boards were added. Okay, so the boards exist But then, we have this table no longer exists because remember how I named it wrongly. So we should be able to delete the table right here. So delete. And then now we're going to rename the tasks table here, and then the users table, and then the boards. So the boards exists. We are not creating. Let me shift F5 to reload this. Let's try it again once it has reloaded. So new column, let's say YouTube projects. Let's give it this color and then create. So still getting the same error, board not found on Convex line number, Convex.js line number 25. Okay, I just noticed something. Right here, we are getting back context. We need to await. We need to await context.db.get. And that probably means that where I copied it from, we also need to await it. And I don't know whether it carries forward even right here, await. And is there another function? We need to check all of these functions now, because that's probably going to be an issue. So await is correct here. And then await is correct here. And then await, and then await, await, okay. So those seem to be correct. What about the tasks? So tasks right here, await, and then await. I think that should be okay. That is okay. Now, if you go ahead and try to create, you can see that I deleted even the boards that I had in my Convex because I thought probably it's persisting some kind of state. So I deleted the boards and then created a new one. So create a new column called YouTube projects here, then create column. And there we go. So now the column has been created. You can see that the column appears right there. So next, let's go ahead and create the column component. Inside column.jsx, let's begin by importing use droppable from DnD-Kit core. Let's import the sortable context. Let's also import the vertical list sorting strategy. We're going to import the edit icon, the trash to icon, and the more horizontal icon. What is it called? It's called more horizontal. Yes, horizontal. And these are all coming from Lucid React. We are also going to import use state. Import use state. This should probably come first. And then we're going to import use mutation. We're going to import API. Import API // convex. And then we're going to import the task card component. We are also going to import the drop-down menu. So drop-down menu, we don't have that installed. So let's Control J to open up our terminal. Let's add a third terminal here where we're going to say pnpx ShadCN add dialog. And we also have the button. We should have the button, right? We don't have the button. So we need to have the button. And it's not dialog, it's drop-down menu. Drop-down dash menu, that's what it's called. And then we also need to install the button from /UI button, or rather from ShadCN. Select those two, install. So drop down menu, this is coming from /UI /drop down dash menu, drop down dash menu once it installs. And then we also need to import a few other things from here. So we need to import the drop down menu content, the drop down menu item, the drop down menu separator, and then the drop down menu trigger. Now once we have that, we're going to import the button. So import button from /UI /button, and then we're going to import the dialog. So import the dialog close, the dialog content, the dialog description, okay, the dialog footer, the dialog header, the dialog title, the dialog trigger. These are all coming from /UI /dialog. And then we're going to import the toast function. So toast dot
from Sona like so. Now we're going to say export default function column, and remember that column takes in the column prop, it takes in the count, the tasks, the on task click, it takes in the on edit column, so on edit column, and then the theme as well. Open this up. Now let's go ahead and have our state values. So let's shut this down. So const show delete confirm, set show delete confirm. This is going to be equal to use state. By default it is going to be false, and then const delete column is going to be equal to use mutation, and then passing api.columns columns.remove. You can call it .delete, but just make sure that you call the function delete as well. And then we're going to go ahead and destructure the node ref. So const set node ref is going to be coming from use droppable, and then open this up. It's going to take in the ID as column._ID. And then below this, we're going to have our functions called handle delete column, which is going to be an asynchronous function as follows. And we're going to say await delete column. This is going to take in the ID as column._ID. And then we're going to say set show delete confirm into false, and then toast.success, which is going to say column deleted. And then we're going to go ahead and return a div here. This div is going to be, or this is going to have a class name which is dynamic, so width -72, and then shrink -0 for flex shrink 0, rounded -large, padding all round of 3, and then $ curly bracket. If the theme is triple equal to dark, if that is true, then I'm going to say bg slate -950, and then border slate -800. And you know what, we're going to reuse this class, so instead of having to type it out again, let's just have it as one of the globals here. So border, and then right at the end of this, we're going to say otherwise, we're going to say bg-white, and then border slate -200. And then inside this div, we want to go ahead and have another div with a class name of flex, and item center, justify between, margin on the bottom of 6 between, and then margin on the bottom of 6, and then group. Inside this div, we're going to have another div with a class name of flex, and items as center, and then space on the x of 3, and then another div with a class name of size-4, and then rounded -full. But this div is going to have the style here, the style object. We're going to pass in the background color as the column.color, because this is going to be showing like a kind of dot here on the column. So is that going to reload so that we see something? Okay, it breaks. Fantastic. So let's just go ahead and go below this div. Now notice that this div doesn't have any content inside. So below it, we're going to have an h3. This h3 is going to have some dynamic class names. So you're going to say text as extra small, font as semi-bold, uppercase, tracking -wider, and then $ curly bracket. If the theme is triple equal to dark, if that is true, then text slate -400. Otherwise, text slate -700. And then inside the h3, we're simply going to say column.name, and then want to show inside parentheses and then curly brackets, want to show the count, so the number of columns. So that is going to break, unfortunately, until we go ahead and create our function, which is this part right here, our function, this one, the delete column function. Now below the h3 and then below the div, we're going to have another div with a class name of relative. And then inside this div, relative, inside this div, we're going to have the drop-down menu. So drop-down menu component, and then the drop-down menu trigger. And then we're going to pass in the as child property to this, so that the properties of the trigger go down into the components that we're going to have inside here, which is the more horizontal icon. And this is going to have a class name, which is dynamic. So size-4, and then cursor-pointer. And then $ curly bracket, if the theme is triple equal to dark, if that is true, then text slate -400. And then on hover, we're going to say text slate -100. Otherwise, we're going to say text slate dash 600, and then on hover, text slate dash 900. And then below the drop-down menu trigger, we're going to have the drop-down menu content, and this is going to say align to the end, and then it's going to have a class name which is dynamic, so width dash auto, and then rounded dash medium, on dash medium, shadow dash large, and $ curly bracket if the theme is triple equal to dark. If that is true, then we're going to say bg slate dash 800, sorry, dash 900, and let's also have the class of border here, so border, so bg slate dash 900, and then border dash slate dash 800, and then text slate dash 100. Otherwise, we're going to say bg dash white, and then border dash slate dash 200, text slate dash 900. And then inside this, we're going to show the drop down menu item. And when you click on this, so on click, we're going to have an inline function here that calls the on edit column function, and then passing the column as an argument. And then the class name for this is going to be dynamic, so cursor dash pointer, can't even type that. And then $ curly bracket if the theme is triple equal to dark is true. Then on hover, we want to say bg dash slate dash 800. Otherwise, we're going to say on hover bg dash slate dash 100. And then inside here, we're going to show the edit icon, which is going to have a class name of margin on the right of 2, and then size dash 3, then close it out. And then below this, we're going to have a span that says edit, just like that. And then below the drop-down menu item, we're going to have the drop-down menu separator, like so. This is going to have a class name, which is dynamic, which is going to be checking if the theme is triple equal to dark is true. Then we're going to say bg slate dash 800. Otherwise, we're going to say bg slate dash 200. And then below the separator right here, we're going to have the dialog component. Now the dialog here is going to take in the open, which is going to be equal to the show delete confirm, and then it is going to take in the on open change, which is going to be equal to the set show delete confirm, like so. And then inside this, we're going to have the dialog trigger. So dialog trigger is going to have a variant of ghost, and then a class name here, which is dynamic, so cursor dash pointer, then $ curly bracket if the theme is triple equal to dark is true. Then on hover, we're going to say bg dash red dash 900, and then text red dash 400. And then otherwise, we're going to say on hover, then want bg red dash 100 and text red dash 600. Then close this out. We're going to show the trash 2 icon inside here with a class name of margin right of 2, and then size dash 3. Close it out. Below this, we're going to have a span that says delete. Now below the dialog trigger, we're going to have the dialog content. So dialog content is going to have dynamic class name here, so max width dash md, and then $ curly bracket if the theme is triple equal to dark. If that is true, then we want to say, let me have a class of border here because I already know we're going to need it. So we're going to say bg slate dash 950, and then border dash slate dash 800, and then text slate dash 100. Otherwise, we're going to say bg dash white, and then border slate dash 2, and then text slate dash 900. And then inside the dialog content, we are going to have the dialog header. Dialog header is going to have dialog title, and dialog title is going to have a class name of text dash large with an exclamation at the end to mark it as important. And then the text is going to say delete column question mark. Below the dialog header, we're going to have the dialog description. Dialog description is going to have dynamic class names. So we want to check if the theme is triple equal to dark is true. If that is true, then text slate dash 400. Otherwise, text really text slate dash 600. Inside the dialog description, we are simply going to say this column will no longer appear in this board. Continue, question mark. Below the dialog description, we're going to have the dialog footer. The dialog footer is going to have, what is this? The dialog footer is going to have a div with a class name of flex and space on the x of 2. Did I not import this on the top? Dialog. So I misspelled it, so dialog footer. Okay, so inside this div, we're going to have the button element, also the button component from ShadCN. This is going to have a size of small, and then on click, we're going to call the handle delete column function. And then the variant for this is going to say destructive. And then the text is simply going to say yes. And then below this button, we're going to have the dialog close. And this is going to take in the as child prop, like so. Inside the dialog close, we're going to have a button, the button component once again, with a size of small. And then the variant here is going to say secondary. And it's going to have some dynamic class name. So class name is equal to open this up. Rather, just check it if the theme is triple equal to dark. If that is true, then we're going to say bg slate dash 800 and then text slate dash 200. And then on hover, we're going to say bg slate dash 700. This should say slate. And then otherwise, we're going to say bg slate dash 100 and text slate dash 700. And then on hover, bg slate dash 200, and then close this out. And the text, can we close it out? The text is going to say no. Now we can go ahead and save that. Still, we are not going to be able to preview anything on the screen. But then now we're going to go below all of these components. And then right before the closing div, the last one here, we're now going to go ahead and show our tasks. So we're going to show a div here. This div is going to have a ref of set node ref, and then the class names are going to be dynamic. So space on the y of 4, mean height, mean dash height dash, and then inside square brackets 200 pixels, padding on round of 2, rounded dash large, and then $sign curly bracket. The theme is triple equal to dark is true. Then bg slate dash 900. Otherwise, bg slate dash 200. And then inside this div, we're going to have the sortable context component. This is going to take in the items as tasks.map. And then for every task that we get back, then we return the task._id. And then the strategy that it's going to use is the vertical list sorting strategy. And then inside here, you're going to map over the tasks, so tasks.map. And then for every task that we get back, then we're going to go ahead and return the task card component. So task card component. If I can type it, come on. And then this is going to have a key of task._id. And then it's going to take in the task as a prop. So task is equal to task. Then on click, we're going to go ahead and pass in an inline function called on task click, and then set it into the task that we click on. And then the theme is going to be equal to the theme. Now that is our entire component complete, but we need to go ahead and create this function. So let's jump into Convex and into columns. And then on the bottom, we can go ahead and create the functions of export const to remove is equal to a mutation, and then open this up. And this takes in the arguments of id as v.id coming from the columns table. And then the handler function is going to be an asynchronous function taking the context and the arguments. And let's go ahead and copy this part for the identity. We need it up to let's copy up to this part right here. So copy and then paste it here. But then we're going to change this. This now is not going to say board, but rather it's going to say column. So const column is equal to that one, and then arguments.id, because that's what we're passing in as the arguments, not board ID. And then this is going to say column. And then let's just copy this. If there's no column, or the column.user ID is not equal to the user.id, then throw new error, and then let's say column not found. And then below this, we're going to go ahead and say we want to first delete all the tasks that are in the column, because we don't want to delete the column and then the tasks remain. So we first of all need to go ahead and get all the tasks. So const tasks is equal to await context.db query, and we're querying the tasks table with index. So we're not calling with index, but rather we are filtering. So filter, and then for our callback function here, we're going to say query.equals, and then open this up, query.field, and then open this up, check for the column ID, that is the field that you want, then compare it with the arguments.id, and then .collect to get all the tasks. And then we're going to say for const task of tasks, then await context.db.delete the task._id, like so. And then once we do that, then we can delete the column, and we can delete the column by saying await context.db.delete arguments.id, just like that. Now if we save that, then we should be able to reload the application, and we should be able to see that on the screen. Look at that. We created the new column with this color, and the new column is called this, and the number of items that are in that column is 0. So if we click on this, we're going to be able to edit and delete, and this is spelled wrongly because of why. Trash 2 icon. Where's the trash 2 icon? Right here. So dialog trigger. So we can add flex to this, and then items center. Though why does it look like this? It looks so ugly. If I click on this, it should show the delete column, and then when I click on yes, it should delete the column. Okay, and you can see that these 3 columns are always going to be in every board, and you can simply go ahead and delete them. Though I don't like how this looks. It looks so ugly. I can't remember it looking ugly. Okay, fantastic. And I've just noticed that should not happen. The initialized default columns is always running, right? So even if I delete all the columns, then it's still going to reinitialize this. That is a bug. Not good. Okay. Now, the next component that we need to create is the create task model, which is going to allow us to create a new task and then populate our columns inside here. So let's go ahead and do that next. So our create task model is going to be quite a huge component. So we're going to begin by importing everything. So import use state, and we also need use effect. So use effect, and then import the X icon from basic React, and then import grep vertical as well, and then import use mutation from Convex React, import API from // convex like so, and then we're going to import DnD context. So DnD context, we're going to import the closest center, the keyboard sensor, the pointer sensor, and the use sensor and use sensors plural. And then we want to import array move from DnD-Kit sortable. We also want to import the sortable context. So sortable context. We want to import the sortable keyboard coordinates and the vertical list sorting strategy. We want to import use sortable, and this should be imported here because it's the same import right here. Use sortable, and then we're going to import CSS from DnD-Kit utilities, and then import the dialog component from /UI dialog, the dialog content, the dialog header, the dialog title, and then we're going to import the select from /UI select, which we don't have. So inside our third terminal, pnpx ShadCN add select, and then in the select we also want to import the select content not select, /UI select, and then select content. We want to import the select item and then the select trigger as well. And then once we have that, then we can import the toast from Sona. And then we're going to create a function here called sortable subtask. And we did something similar when we were creating, which component was it? Okay, so it was the sidebar, which is basically this function. So we created this component to handle our sorting, and then the sidebar is the parent of it all. So we want to do something similar here. So function sortable subtask, this is going to take in the subtask and then the index and then on, remove, on, change, and then the theme as well. And we're going to build this component afterwards. And you know what, I think let's just start with it. There is no harm. So we're going to go ahead and destructure the attributes, and the listeners. This is coming from use sortable, and then we're going to pass in the ID as subtask, and then dash, and then dollars and curly bracket index, like so. And you know what, we need some bit more. So we need the set node ref, we need the transform, and then we need the transition. And then once you have that, we're going to say const style. What am I doing? Where did I go wrong? I went wrong here. This should close parentheses. There we go. So const style is equal to, open this up, and then transform, pass css.transform.toString, open this up, and then pass in the transform, and then comma, transition, like so. Then below this, we can go ahead and return and close that out. We're going to return a div with a ref of set node ref. What do they call it? Node red. This should be node ref. So set node ref, and then the style is going to be equal to the style that we've just created above, and then pass in all the attributes, and then the class name is going to say flex and items center, and then space on the x of 2. So space x-2, close it out. And then we're going to have another div inside here where we're going to spread in all the listeners, like so. And then the class name for this is going to be dynamic. We're going to say padding on order 1, cursor, -grab, transition, colors, and then dollars and curly bracket. If the theme is triple equal to dark is true, then text slate -400, then on hover text slate -100, otherwise text slate -500, and then on hover we're going to say text slate -900. Close it out. This should be one full column. So once you close it out, we want to go ahead and show the grip vertical icon. This is going to have a class name of size -4. Make this capital N. And then let's see, we are getting an error here. We don't need that, right? Yes, we don't need that. Now below this div, so after the icon and then below this first div, we're going to have an input with a type of text with a value of subtask, and then on change, we're going to call the E, and then we're going to call the on change function. Now, not similar to, okay, I can't type, not similar to this, but this is a function that we're getting as a prop here, which I also misspelled, come on. So on change function right there, and then pass in the index, and then comma e.target.value, and then the placeholder is going to say e.g. make coffee, and then the class name for this is going to be dynamic, so flex-1, padding on the x of 3, padding on the y of 2, rounded-md, and then border, and then on focus we're going to say outline-none, and then on focus ring-2, and then transition, and then dollars and curly bracket. If the theme is triple equal to dark, then if that is true, we're going to say bg slate-900, and then border dash slate dash 800 and text slate dash 100, and then the placeholder is going to say placeholder slate dash 500, and then on focus we're going to say ring dash purple dash 400. Otherwise, we're going to say bg dash white, and then border dash slate dash 300, text slate dash 900, and then the placeholder is going to say slate dash 400, and then on focus we're going to say ring purple dash 500. Now this is going to be self-closing because it is an input. So now below the input, we're going to have a button. This button is going to be a type of button. And then when you click on this, we're going to go ahead and call an inline function here called on remove. And then we're going to pass in the index. And then the class name for this is going to be dynamic. So padding around of 2, transition dash colors, and then $ curly bracket. If the theme is, if the theme is triple equal to dark, if that is true, then we're going to go ahead and say text slate dash 400, and then on hover text red dash 400, and then otherwise we're going to say text slate dash 500, and then on hover text red dash 500. Like so. Inside this, we want to show the X icon, the class name of size dash 4, and then close it out. Now that is the entire first function complete. So this one. Now let's go ahead and create our actual function that we need, which is called create task model. So export default function create task model. This takes in the is open as a prop, so is open, and then on close, and then the board ID, and then the columns are going to be defaulted to an empty array, and then theme as well, which we're also going to default into dark. Now once you have that, then we need our state values. So const title, we got title, and set title. This is going to be equal to use state. Use state by default, it is going to be an empty string. And then let's just copy this down a few more times. This one is going to say description and set description. It is also going to be an empty string. This is going to say set priority and then priority, which is going to be defaulted to medium. And then next we're going to have subtasks and set subtasks which is going to be defaulted to an array of strings, so 1 and then 2, and then column ID, so column ID, and then set column ID like so. This is also going to be an empty string, and then we can remove that last one, and then const create task is going to be equal to use mutation, passing API tasks dot create. We don't have that function, so we're going to create it, and then const sensors is equal to use sensors. Open this up, and then pass in use sensor, pass in the pointer sensor like so. Oops, let me type in point sensor, and then comma, use sensor again, pass in the keyboard sensor, and then inside of this, open this up, coordinate getter, set this equal to the sortable keyboard coordinates like so. And then once we have this, then we're going to have our use effect, and our use effect is going to be as follows. So we want to go ahead and get the default columns. So if columns.length is greater than 0, let me type it, is greater than 0, and only when that is true and there is no column ID, then we're going to say set column ID, open this up, pass in the columns, then get the first column dot underscore ID like so, and then the dependency array for this one is going to say columns as well as the column ID. Now this error right here is because of synchronous state. So what we need to do is just extract this into a function, so you can say const get default columns like so, and then paste this in, then call the function so get default like so, and we're not going to have that error anymore. And then we're going to have a function here called handle add subtask. This is going to be an arrow function. We're going to say set subtasks into, open this up, dot dot dot, passing all the subtasks that are already there, and then add a new one like so. And this basically means adding many subtasks which are empty, and then you can then fill them out. And then we're going to have const handle remove subtask. This is going to be taking the index, and then open this up. We're going to set subtasks into subtasks.filter, and then get back an underscore because we don't really need the first item, but we want the index. And then we're going to go ahead and say return the index which is not equal to the index, like so. And then const handle subtask change. This is going to be taking in the index as well as the value. Open this up, and we're going to say const updated is equal to subtasks.map. And then for every subtask that we get back, we also want to get back the index, and want to go ahead and check if the index, if I is triple equal to the index is true, then return the value, otherwise return the subtask, like so. And then I'm going to go ahead and say set subtasks into the updated that we're getting above, and then const handle drag end. This is going to be taking the event of E, and then I'm going to go ahead and create our drag value, our drag function rather. So we're going to go ahead and destructure the active and the over. This is equal to the E, like so. And we're going to say if active dot id is not equal to over question mark dot id, then const old index is equal to subtasks dot find index. Open this up, return the underscore and then the index. And we're going to go ahead and say open this up, insert backtick subtask dash and then $i. What am I typing? Oh my god. $i like so. And check if that is triple equal to the active.id. Then const new index is equal to subtasks dot find index. Return the underscores again and then the index. And then we're going to go ahead and say subtask dash $i. Check if that is triple equal to the over.id. And then I'm going to say set subtasks into array move. Then open this up, passing subtasks and then the old index and then the new index, like so. And then the next function that you need is the handle submit. So const handle submit is going to be an asynchronous function taking the event of E. So E.prevent default. And if there is no title dot trim, then simply return. Otherwise, we're going to const valid subtasks is equal to subtasks dot filter. And then for every subtask that we get back, check if subtask dot trim, so remove the extra space first of all, dot trim, and then dot map. And then for every text that we get back, then we're going to go ahead and open up our parentheses like so, and we're going to set the text into the text.trim to remove any extra spaces, and then we're going to set its completed value. Completed value is going to be false, like so. And then we're going to go ahead and say await create task. Open this up. The title is going to be equal to the title.trim. The description is going to say description.trim, and then passing the priority, and then passing the subtasks as the valid subtasks that we've just created above, and then also passing the column ID, and then the board ID as well. And I think that should now be okay. Now, once we do that, then we want to go ahead and reset the form. So we're going to say set title back to an empty string, set description back to an empty string, set priority back to medium because medium is what we have as the default, and then set subtasks into an array of strings like so. So 2 of them by default, and then set column ID into columns length is greater than 0. That is true. Then passing the columns, the first one dot underscore ID. What am I doing? Is 0 is true. Columns, pass in the first one dot underscore ID. Otherwise, pass in an empty string, and then call the onClose function to close the model. Then toast.success, and we're going to say new task added. Okay, now we can go ahead and begin to build out our return. So we're going to return a dialog component, dialog, and then the open is going to be equal to the is open, and then on open change is going to be calling the on close, like so. And we can actually, let's build the dialog content first. So dialog content, this is going to have a class name which is dynamic, so max width dash large, and then max dash height dash 600 pixels, and then overflow dash auto, rounded dash XL, border, shadow dash large, transition dash colors, and then $ curly bracket if the theme is triple equal to dark. If that is true, then we're going to say bg slate dash 950, and then border dash slate dash 800, and text slate dash 100. Otherwise, we're going to say bg dash white, and then border slate dash 200, and text slate dash 900. Inside the dialog content, we're going to show the dialog header. Inside dialog header, we're going to have the dialog title, which is going to have a class name of text large with an exclamation at the end, and then font dash semi-bold. And this is going to say add new task, add new task, like so. Now we can save that just to preview whether we're getting back in the screen. So create task model right here, waiting for it to reload. Okay, there we go. So it breaks everything, or it doesn't. So if I click on this, it should break because we don't have this function. Okay, so you can preview it. I thought it would break because we don't have the function to create the task. But since we can preview it, then let's just go ahead and continue building it out. Let me place this to the, what's it called? To the right, and then place this to the left. Now below the dialog header, we're going to have a form which is going to have an on submit that is going to call the handle submit function. And then the class name for this is going to say space on the y of 6, and then margin on the top of 2, close it out. And then we're going to have a div here. This div is going to have a label. This label is going to have some dynamic class names. So block and text dash sm, font dash medium, margin on the bottom of 2, and then $ curly bracket if the theme is triple equal to dark is true, and text slate dash 300. Otherwise, text slate dash 700, and then close it out. This is going to say title. If we save that, then we should see title right there. Below the label, we're going to have an input with a type of text. We can type it, so input with a type of text, and then the value is going to say title. On change, we're going to go ahead and say set title into e.target value, and then the placeholder is going to say eg take coffee break. And then the class names for this are going to be dynamic, so with dash full, padding on the x of 3, padding on the y of 2, rounded dash md, and then border, and then on focus we're going to say outline dash none, then on focus ring dash 2, and transition, then $ curly bracket if the theme is triple equal to dark is true. Then we're going to say bg slate dash 900, and then border slate dash 800, and text slate dash 100, placeholder slate dash 500, and then on focus ring dash purple dash 400, and We already wrote these styles, right? We already wrote these styles. Which component was it? Let's just continue because it's only one more line. So bg dash white. If it is not true, so bg white, then border slate dash 300. Border, remove the double dash, and then text slate dash 900. Placeholder dash slate dash 400. Then on focus, ring dash purple dash 500. And then set this to required and then close it out. And then I'm going to go below this div. We are now going to go ahead and build out the description. So we're going to have a div, and then let's copy this label, paste it here. This is now going to say description. And then below the label, we're going to have a text area. So the text area is going to have a value of description. We don't need the name. We don't need the ID either. But then we need the on change. So on change, we're going to go ahead and say set description into e.target.value. And then the placeholder is going to say e.g. it's always good to take a break. And what have I done? Okay, I've set it up down. This one should not be here. Cut it out. This should be outside of that. And then the number of rows that is going to have by default is going to say 4. And then we're just going to copy the class names on the input. And this seem to be okay. So let's just copy these class names correctly. Paste them here. But then we're going to have a class of resize-none so that we're not able to resize the text area. And then you can save that, and you can see that we have the title and then the description. Now below this div, we're going to have another div, which is now going to be for the subtasks. So inside here, let's copy this label again and can paste it here. So the label, now this one is going to say subtasks. Below the label, we're going to have DnD context. DnD context, because we want to be able to drag and drop the subtasks that we create. So here we're going to pass in the sensors as the sensors, and then collision detection is going to be equal to the closest center, and then on drag end is going to be equal to the handle drag end. And then inside here, we're going to have a div with the class name of space on the y of 3, and then we're going to return the sortable context. And then this takes in the items as subtasks.map, and then we're going to turn the underscore and then the index, and we're simply going to return some backticks here, and we're going to say subtask dash $, and then pass in the index like so. And then inside the sortable context, and you know what, this also takes in a prop here called strategy, which we're going to set equal to the vertical list sorting strategy. Now inside the sortable context, we want to go ahead and say subtasks.map, and then for every subtask that you get back, we also want to get the index, and we're going to go ahead and open this up, and we are going to run the sortable subtask, which is the component that we created above the first one. So sortable subtask, which is going to take in the key of index, and then it is going to take in the subtask as the subtask is going to take in the index as the index. The on remove is going to be equal to the handle remove subtask. The on change is going to be equal to the handle subtask change, and then the theme is going to be equal to the theme, like so. Now we can save that, and you can see that we have our sortable subtasks here. So I can type inside them, and then I can drag and drop to rearrange them. Very nice. Now below the DnD context right here, we're going to have a div with a class name of margin top of 3, and then we're going to have a button with the type of button, and then on click is going to be calling the handle add subtask function, and then the text here is just going to say plus add new subtask. Now, if you save that, then we're going to have the button right here. So let's go ahead and give it some styles. So it's going to have a class name here, which is dynamic, is equal to width dash full, padding on the y of 2, border dash 2, border dash dashed, rounded dash md, font dash medium, and then transition, and then $ curly bracket. If the theme is triple equal to dark, if that is true, then we're going to say border. Oops, what am I typing? If that is true, then we're going to say border dash slate dash 800, text dash purple dash 400, and then on hover bg slate dash 900. Otherwise, we're going to say border slate dash 300, text dash purple dash 600, and on hover bg slate dash 500. And we can save that, and the button looks much better, as you can see. Now below this button and then below two divs, we want to go ahead and add the option to add priority of the task that we're creating. So we're going to have a div with a class name of grid, and then a gap of 4, and then grid dash columns dash 2. Inside this, we're going to have a div, and then a label, which we're going to copy from above. So right here, just copy this label and then paste it here. And now the text for this is going to say priority. Now below the label, we're going to show the select, which we imported. The select text in the value of priority, and then on value change, we're going to say set priority. Inside the select, we're going to have the select trigger, which is going to have dynamic class names. So width dash full, transition, colors, and then $ curly bracket. If the theme is triple equal to dark is true, then bg slate dash 900, and then border slate dash 800, and text slate dash 100. Otherwise, we're going to say bg dash white, border slate dash 300, and then text slate dash 900, and then close this out. Inside the select trigger, you're going to have select value with a value of select priority, and then the class name here, class name is going to say with dash full. Close it out. Now below the select trigger, we're going to have select content, and select content is going to have dynamic class names as well. So class name is equal to dynamic, right? Like so, transition dash colors, curly bracket. If the theme is triple equal to dark is true, then bg slate dash 400, slate dash 400, sorry, dash 900. Oh my god, I think I'm getting tired now. And then border slate dash 800, and text slate dash 100. Otherwise, we're going to say bg dash 1, then border slate dash 200, and text slate dash 900, and then inside this, we're going to go ahead and show select item, and this value for this is going to say high, meaning high priority, and then close it out. Inside the select item, we're going to have a div with a class name of flex and items at center, space, and the x of 2. Inside this, we're going to have a self-closing div, and this div is going to have a class name of size dash 2, rounded dash full, and bg red dash 500. And then below this div, we're going to have a span that says high, meaning high priority. So if I save that, what is the problem that we have? F12, it says select value is not defined. This one right here, control spacebar, and then import it right there. And then let's go back to this view, add new task. There we go. So we have the thingy showing up right here. And then let's go ahead and copy the select item here, copy, paste down 1 and 2. This one is now going to say medium. This is going to say text, or rather bg yellow. Then this text is going to say medium. And then this third one is going to say low. This one is going to say bg green. And this one is going to say low. Save that. Now our select looks as follows. Fantastic. Now below the select and then below this div, we're going to have another div which requires a label. So let's copy this label and then paste it here. Now this one is going to say column, meaning which column do you want to place it in. And below the label right here, let's go ahead and copy this select because I don't feel like typing this out anymore. And then let's just paste it here. Now let's remove these two select items. And then now the select trigger is going to remain the same, except that the select value is now going to say select column. And the class names here can remain the same. But now we want to go ahead and let's actually just remove this because we want to go ahead and map over the columns. So columns.map, and then for every column that you get back, then you want to open this up and then return a select item for each one of it. The key is going to say column underscore ID, and then the value is going to say column dot underscore ID, and then the text is going to say column name, just like that. So it's going to check for every column that you have in that current board and then display it here. So save that, and then now you can see that we are showing the 3 columns that we have. Now once we have all that, then we want to have our submit button. So we're going to go below these 2 divs, and I think we have created a button like that. Why can't I remember the component? Was it the create column model or the which one? The button. Okay, I found the button. So inside the create board model component, we can simply copy this button. I honestly don't feel like typing all this out. And then inside the create task model, you can just paste it in. So it is a type of submit, the class names are there, and then this is now going to say create task. So save that, and we have our button right there. So you can go ahead and try to test it out. And you can see that the reason why we're able to scroll this is because I gave the dialog a max height right here. So if you don't give it this max height and you have a small screen like mine, then when you add like a lot of text, so a title, a huge description, and then a bunch of subtasks, then this model is going to overflow on the top as well as on the bottom, and then you're not going to be able to scroll it. So that's why I added a max height so that I can be able to scroll it. So let's go ahead and try to create a new task here. So let's say take coffee break. And oh, you know what? I just realized we don't have the convex function. So this is not going to work. So let's go ahead and create the convex function first of all. So let's check which file are we supposed to be in. Let me check. Where is it? Can't even find it. So api.tasks.create. So inside the tasks right here, inside convex and then tasks, and then we're going to create our function. So at the top, so export const create. This is equal to a mutation, and it's going to take in some arguments here, and it takes in a bunch of arguments. Let me see if there's a way I can copy them from the schema. So let's just copy this entire thing from the schema, copy, and then paste it here. So we need the title, and then description is optional, and then column ID, and then the order. We don't need the order here. Priority is optional, and then subtask is optional, and then array object, okay. And then we need the board ID. We don't need the user ID or the created at in our arguments. And then for the handler, we're going to say asynchronous and then context and arguments. And then let's go ahead and do some copy pasting for the identity again. I don't want this one. Let's go ahead into columns just so that you can get the correct one. Let's copy this identity up to here, copy, and then paste it in our handler. And then we're going to go ahead and check const boards, and this should say board actually singular is equal to await context.db.get, and then pass in the arguments.board ID. And then if there is no board, or the board.user ID is not equal to the user._ID, then we're going to go ahead and say throw new error board not found. And then below this, we're going to say const column is equal to await context.db.get passing arguments.column id. And then if there is no column, or the column board id is not equal to the arguments.board id, or the column.user id is not equal to the user._id, then we're going to say throw new error, column not found. And then below this, we want to go ahead and get all the tasks. So const tasks is equal to await context.db.query, and we are querying the tasks table. And then we want to filter them. So dot filter, and then our callback here, query.equals, and then query.field, passing the column ID. And then outside of this, arguments.column ID, then dot collect to get all of them. Then const max order is equal to max.max, and then spread out all the tasks.map. And then for every task that you get back, then check the task.order, and then outside of this -1, so get the last one, or rather get the maximum number. And then const task ID is equal to await context.db.insert, and we insert it into the tasks table. We are setting the title as arguments.title, the description as arguments.description, and then the priority as arguments.priority. And if it doesn't exist, then we're going to set the default priority to medium. And then subtasks is going to say arguments.subtasks. And if they don't exist, then we're going to default to an empty array. This should say subtasks, not substacks. This one also. And then the column ID, then say arguments.column ID. And the order is going to say max order +1. And the board ID, we're going to say arguments.board ID, and then the user ID is user._ID, and then the created at is date.now. Once we have that, then we're going to go ahead and say return await context.db.get, and then passing the task ID like so. So we can save that. Let's ensure that Convex is running correctly. There we go. And now if we try to add a new task, so take coffee break, and just copy this and have it as a bunch of text, and then make coffee, and then drink coffee. Let's try to add a subtask, so it can add, and you can remove it, and then you can also rearrange it. Fantastic. So we're going to give this low priority, and then the column is just going to say to do. And why isn't it being filled? I think I messed up something in the select. But then if I say create task, then the task has been created, as you can see right there. So obviously you know that the next part that you need to work on is the task card component. So let's go ahead and begin to deal with our task card component. And we're going to do the following. So we're going to import use sortable, and then we're going to import CSS, and then we're going to import the grip vertical component, or the icon, and then the progress component, which is coming from ./UI/progress. And let's go ahead and install this. So inside our third terminal, we can say pnpx ShadCN add progress, and then we can continue to build this out. So we're going to say export default function task card, and this takes in some props. So it takes in the task, the on click, so task, then on click, and then is dragging, which is going to default to false, and then it checks in the theme as well. And then we're going to go ahead and destructure the attributes, the listeners, the set node ref, and the transform transition, and then is dragging, which we are going to rename into is sortable dragging. These are all coming from use sortable, and this requires that we pass in the ID, which is coming from task._ ID, and then const style is equal to, and we're going to say transform, and then CSS, this should say equal to. So CSS dot transform capital T dot to string, and then passing the transform, comma, and then passing the transition. And then below this, we're going to have a few methods. So const completed subtasks is going to be equal to, and you want to check if subtasks exists, and if it does, then we're going to say task.subtasks.filter, and then for every subtask, so st that we get back, then you want to get the st.completed, so you want to check if it is completed, dot length, and that is going to show the completed subtasks. Otherwise, we're going to return 0, and then const total subtasks is going to be equal to task.subtasks question mark, and then task.subtasks.length. Otherwise, we're going to return 0, and then const percentage completion is going to be equal to total subtasks if it is greater than 0. If that is true, then we're going to go ahead and return the completed subtasks divided by the total subtasks, and then multiply this by 100 to get the percentage. Otherwise, we're going to return 0. And then we're going to have a method here called get priority color. This is going to take in the priority as an argument, where we're going to have a switch statement here. So switch the priority, and in the case that we have a high priority, then we're going to return a class name of border-left, and then border-left-red-500. That's the class name. And then in the case of medium, we're going to go ahead and return the border-left-yellow-500. And then in the case of low, we're going to return border-left-green-500. And then for the default case, this should be a semicolon. We are going to return border-left-yellow-500, because remember that the default that we set up was medium, and we always want to show the medium state. That is if a task doesn't have a priority. And then we're going to create another function here called get priority dot, and this is going to take in the priority, and then we're going to say switch statement again, and then pass in the priority. And then in the case of high priority, and let's just go ahead and copy this. Let's copy this part. So in the case of high priority, we want to go ahead and return bg-red-500. In the case of medium priority, we want bg yellow, so bg yellow. In the case of low priority, we want bg green, and in the case of a default, we want bg yellow, so bg yellow like so. And then now you can begin to build out our return. So we're going to have a return statement here, and we're going to return a div, which is going to have a ref of set node ref, and then the style here is going to be equal to the style, and then the onClick is going to be calling the onClick function, and then the class name here is going to be dynamic. So these class names are going to be a bit convoluted, but we're going to have a padding around of 6, and then rounded-md, and then cursor-pointer, oh my god, and then transition-all with the border, then shadow-sm, and then border on the left of 6, and then dollars and curly bracket. We want to go ahead and pass in the get priority color, and then pass in the task.priority. And then outside of this, we're going to have dollars and curly bracket again. We want to check if the theme is triple equal to dark. If that is true, then we're going to have bg slate-950. And then on hover, we're going to say bg slate-900, and then border slate-800. Then otherwise, we're going to have bg-white, and then on hover, bg slate-50, and then border slate-200. And then outside of this, $sign curly bracket again, we want to check if is dragging is true or is sortable dragging also exists. Now, if those evaluate to true, then we're going to have shadow dash large, then close the sidebar. And then we're going to say rotate dash 1, and then scale this to 105, and then give it an opacity of 50. And you're going to see these class names in action when we begin our drag and drop. And then otherwise, we just want to return an empty string like so. So apply no class names. And then once you have that, then we're going to return a div with a class name of flex and items dash start, and then justify dash between and margin bottom of 2. Inside this, we're going to have an h4 with dynamic class name. So h4, this is going to have a class name of font dash semi-bold, then leading dash tight, and flex dash 1. And then we want to check, so $sign curly bracket, if the theme is triple equal to dark. If that is true, then we're going to say text slate dash 100. Otherwise, we're going to say text slate dash 900. And then inside the h4, we're simply going to show the task.title. And then below the h4, we're going to have a div with class names here, which are once again dynamic. So we're going to say size dash 2, rounded dash full, and then $sign curly bracket. We're going to pass in the get priority dot, and then pass in the task dot priority. And then we also need to attach some more classes here. So margin on the left of 2, margin on the top of 1, and then shrink dash 0. And then close this out. You know what? This is actually self-closing, so you can just say that. And then I'm going to go below this div, and we want to have a task description. So we want to check if the task description exists, because we know that it is optional. So if it exists, then we're going to return a paragraph with a class name here, once again dynamic, margin bottom of 2, text-sm with an exclamation, and then leading dash 4 and line clamp dash 2. And then $sign curly bracket, you want to check if the theme is triple equal to dark. If that is true, then we're going to say text slate dash 400. Otherwise, we're going to say text slate dash 500. And then close this out. And inside the paragraph, we're going to show the task.description. Now, below this, we want to go ahead and show the total subtasks. So total subtasks, if it is greater than 0, and only when it is greater than 0, that's when you're going to return, first of all, a fragment, and then a paragraph, which is going to have some class names here, once again, dynamic. So text-sm, exclamation, font-medium, then margin on the bottom of 2, and $sign curly bracket, if the theme is triple equal to dark. If that is true, then we're going to say text slate dash 400. Otherwise, we're going to say text slate dash 500. Now, inside the paragraph, we're going to go ahead and show completed tasks, and then of subtasks. And I've done this wrongly. Actually, this should say total subtasks. So it's going to show something like 5 of 7 subtasks complete, something like that. Now, below this paragraph, we want to go ahead and show the progress component, because we want that when you click on a subtask to complete it, then it is going to update the progress. Now, this is going to take in the value prop, which we're going to set into percentage completion, which is a value that we got right somewhere here. Now, once we do that, then we're going to go below this. We're going to turn a div, and then let's close it out. This div is going to take in the attributes, so spread out the attributes and spread out the listeners as well. Listeners. And then I'm going to give it a class name, dynamic, of course. And then we're going to say margin on the top of 2, padding all around of 1, and then cursor dash grab. And then the active state for this, we're going to show cursor dash grabbing, and then inline dash flex, and then $sign curly bracket. If the theme is triple equal to dark, then we're going to say text slate dash 400, and then on hover, text slate dash 100. Otherwise, we're going to say text slate dash 500, and then on hover, text slate dash 900. Now, inside this div, we're going to show the grep vertical, so grep vertical icon with a class name of size of 4 like so. And I've just noticed that this div needs to have an on click. So when you click on this, we're going to call we're going to say e.stop propagation. Now let's go ahead and spell this correctly. And the reason why the on click is important here is because the group vertical icon is going to be inside the task card. So we want that when we click on it, it doesn't open up the model to edit the task. So that's why the e.stop propagation is important. Now we can go ahead and save this, and we should see our task card update. And you can see right there that this is the task that we created in the last video. So this is the group vertical. Now, what I was explaining a few moments ago is that we want that when you click on this, it doesn't trigger the model. And then you can see that when we are dragging it, then this is the state that it has. So it scales up just a bit and then rotates by, I don't know what we gave it, but rotates by 1. I think that is the class that we gave it. And this is 1 degree, as you can see right there. So if we were to go ahead and remove this on click and then save it, if you test it out again, you notice that, okay, it has a chance of opening up the task model right there. So that's why we're adding in the stop propagation right there. So next, let's go ahead and deal with the task model, so that when you click on a task here, it is going to open up the model. So we are now inside the task model right here. Let's begin by importing the use state hook. Let's import the more vertical component, rather the icon, and then the edit icon, and then the trash to icon. Let's import the use mutation, and then use query, not queries, but query singular. Let's also import API from Convex. This should come from //, and then we're going to import the dialog component, and then this one should come from /UI dialog. Let's import the dialog content, the dialog header, and then the dialog title. Let's also import the select. We installed it, yes. Then the select content, and then select item, and select trigger, and then the select value. And then we need to go ahead and import the checkbox. I don't think we have this. So checkbox from /UI/checkbox. And then let's Ctrl J to open up our terminal. And then right here, let's go ahead and add the checkbox. And then as it is installing, we can continue building this out. We're also going to import the edit task model, which we don't have. This comes from /edit task model. So within the same directory, so right here, create a new component, new file called edit task model, JSX, and then let's say RFC, enter and save it so that you don't get any errors. And then finally, we're going to import the toast component from Sonar. And then I'm going to say export default function task model. This is going to take in the task, which I'm going to rename into initial task, and then the on close, and then the theme. Then open this up, and then you can have our state values. So you're going to have column ID, and set column ID. This is equal to use state. By default, it will go to say initial task dot column ID, and then const show actions and set show actions. This is equal to use state, and by default it is going to be false. And then const show edit model and set show edit model is equal to use state. By default it is also going to be false. And then const show delete confirm and set show delete confirm. This is equal to use state. By default it is also going to be false. Now we're going to have some convex queries here. So const task is equal to use query, and we're going to pass in api.tasks.list. We should have that one, yes. And this checks for the board ID. If it is true, then we're going to say initial task.board ID, and then outside of this question mark dot find, and we want to find the task where the task._id is triple equal to the initial task._id. So basically get the task that matches the IDs. And if that does not exist, then we're simply going to return initial task, which we are getting back from our props right there. And then const update task is equal to, this is use mutation, and then pass in api.tasks.update, which we don't have. And then const delete task is equal to use mutation api.tasks.remove. Do we have that one? We don't have that one either. And then const columns is equal to use query, and then passing api.columns.list, and this takes in the board ID. If it exists, we're going to pass it in as task.board ID. Otherwise, we're going to return an empty array just like that. This should be a semicolon. And then we're going to have a function here. So const handle column change. This is going to be an asynchronous function taking in the new column ID as an argument. We're going to say set column ID into new column ID. And then we're going to say await update task, and then update this using the ID, which is coming from task._ID. And then the column ID is the new column ID. And then we're going to have another function called handle subtask toggle. This is an asynchronous function taking the subtask index as an argument. And we're going to say const updated subtasks is equal to tasks, or the task.subtasks.map. And then for every subtask that we get back, we also want to get the index. We were going to go ahead and check if the index is triple equal to the subtask index. We can type it. If that is true, then we're going to go ahead and open up our curly brackets and then spread in every detail about the subtask, and then its completed value is going to be the opposite of subtask.completed, meaning we are going to be able to toggle it. If it is true, then set it to false. If it is false, then set it to true. And then if it is not true, then we want to simply return the subtask like so. And then below this, we're going to say await update task. Open this up. This should say update task. And this is going to take in the ID as task._ID. And then the subtasks is going to say updated subtasks like so. Now the next function that we're going to create is called handle delete. So const handle delete task. Delete task is going to be an asynchronous function also. This does not take in any arguments, and we're simply going to say await delete task. This takes in the ID as task._ID, because we can only delete a task using its ID. And then we're going to call onClose so that it closes the modal, and then a success message, so toast.success, and we're going to say task deleted. And then below this, we're going to have our completed subtasks and then the total subtasks. So const completed subtasks is going to be task.subtask. If that exists, then we're going to say task.subtasks, which is something similar to what we did in the previous component. That filter, and then for every subtask that we get back, then check subtask.completed, and then get their length. Otherwise, return 0. And then const total subtasks is equal to task.subtasks question mark. If that is true, then task.subtasks.length. Otherwise, return 0. Now, below this, we're going to have an if statement. So if show edit model is true, then we're simply going to go ahead and return, and we want to go ahead and show the edit model. So return edit task model, and this is going to take in the task as a prop, which is equal to task, and then the onClose is going to be calling an inline function here, which is set show edit model into false, and then it also takes in the theme, which is equal to the theme like so. And then now below our if statement, we can finally begin to build out our return. So we're going to go ahead and return a dialog component, which takes in the open prop, which is going to be equal to true, and then on open change is going to be equal to the on close, And then inside the dialog, we're going to have dialog content. Dialog content is going to have some dynamic class names, which we're going to say max width dash large, and then max height dash, and then open this up 600 pixels, and then overflow dash auto, transition dash colors, and then border, and then $ curly bracket. If the theme is triple equal to dark, if that is true, then we're going to say bg slate dash 950, and then text slate dash 100, slate dash 100, and then border slate dash 800. Otherwise, we're going to say bg dash white and text slate dash 900, and then border dash slate dash 200. And then inside the dialog content, we're going to have dialog header, and dialog header is going to have a div with the class name of flex, and then items dash start, and justify dash between, and then relative. This should say dialog header. And then inside this div, we're going to have the dialog title, which is going to have dynamic class names. So class name here, open this up, text dash XL, and then exclamation, and then font dash semi-bold, and then padding on the right of 8, and then $ curly bracket. We want to check if the theme is triple equal to dark. If that is true, then we're going to go ahead and return text slate dash 100. Otherwise, we're going to say text slate dash 900. And then inside the dialog title, we're simply going to show the task dot title. Now let's save that. Let's see whether it breaks. I think it should break because we don't have our convex functions. So you can see right there that it, oh really? Okay, so we can preview it. Okay, so since we can preview it, let's just go ahead and continue building it out, and then we're going to have in our convex functions later. So below the dialog title, we're going to have a button here. This button is going to have an on click, which is going to be calling the set show actions, and set it to the opposite of show actions, so creating a toggle. And then we're going to have a class name here, which is going to be dynamic, so padding all around of 1, and then transition dash colors, and then $ curly bracket. If the theme is triple equal to dark, if that is true, then we're going to say text slate dash 400, and then on hover text slate dash 100 slate. Otherwise, we're going to say text slate, oh my god, I can't type this, dash 500, and then on hover text slate dash 900. And then inside the button, we're going to show the more vertical icon with a class name of size dash 4, and then close it out. Now below the button, we're going to have a drop down for this particular button. So when you click on this, we want to show the drop down which we're going to build. So this drop down is going to be dependent on the show actions. So only when show actions is true, and we know that it is going to be true when you click on this button because we're toggling it right here. So if show actions is true, we're going to return a div, close it out. This div is going to have some class names here which are going to be dynamic. So absolute, and then right dash 0, right dash 0, dash 0, top dash 0, and this should be top dash 8 actually, so that it moves a bit from the top. Then rounded dash large, shadow dash large, padding on the y of 1, z index of 10, min width dash 120 pixels, and then border at transition dash colors, and then $ curly bracket. If the theme is triple equal to dark, if that is true, then we're going to say bg slate dash 800, then border dash slate dash 700, and otherwise we're going to say bg dash white, then border slate dash 200. Now inside this div, we're going to have a button. This button is going to have an on click. So when you click on this button, we want to go ahead and open this up. So you want to trigger 2 events. We're going to say set show edit model into true, and then set show actions into false. So we want to show the edit model, but then we want to close this dropdown that we're creating. Now, when you do that, below this right here, we're going to give this a class name, which is going to be dynamic. So flex items dash center, and space on the x of 2, and width dash full, padding on the x of 3, padding on the y of 2, text dash sm, and then transition dash colors. and then $ curly bracket if the theme is triple equal to dark. If that is true, we're going to say text slate dash 100, and then on hover bg slate dash 900. And then otherwise, we're going to say text slate dash 900, and then on hover bg slate dash 50, and then close this out. And then inside this button, we're going to show the edit icon, which is going to have a class name of size dash 3. Close it out. Below this, we're going to have a span that says edit task, just like that. Let's capitalize it. And then below this button, we want to go ahead and check if show delete confirm is true. And if show delete or confirm is true, we want to show something. And then if it is false, we want to do something else. So in the true statement here, we're going to turn a div with a class name of padding on the x of 3, padding on the y of 2. Inside this div, we're going to have a padding, or sorry, a paragraph, which is going to have some dynamic class names. So text dash extra small, and then padding on the y of 2, then $ curly bracket if the theme is triple equal to dark. If this is true, then text slate dash 400, and then otherwise text slate dash 500. And then inside the paragraph, we're going to go ahead and say delete task question mark. And then below this paragraph, we're going to have a div with the class name of flex, and then space on the x of 2. This div is going to have 2 buttons. So we're going to have the first button here having an on click, which is going to be calling the handle delete task function. And then it is going to have a class name of text dash extra small, padding on the x of 2, padding on the y of 1, bg red dash 500, text dash white, rounded, and then on hover, bg red dash 600. And then the button is going to simply say yes. And then below this button, we're going to have another button. This button is going to have an on click. So when you click on it, we're going to call an inline function here that says set show delete confirm back into false. So close the model. And then we're going to have some dynamic class names here. So text dash extra small, padding on the x of 2, padding on the y of 1, rounded, and then transition dash colors. And then $ curly bracket if the theme is triple equal to dark. If that is true, then bg slate dash 950, text slate dash 100, and then on hover bg slate dash 900. And then otherwise, we're going to say bg slate dash 100, text dash slate dash 900, and then on hover bg slate dash 200. Now inside the button, we're simply going to say no. Now for our else statement here, what we're going to do is simply return a button, which is going to have an on click here that says set show delete confirm into true. And then this is going to have some dynamic class names. So flex and then items dash center, space on the x of 2, and then width dash full, padding on the y of 2, padding on the x of 3, text dash sm, and then transition dash colors. And then we're going to go ahead and check for $ curly bracket if the theme is triple equal to dark. If that is true, then let me go ahead and do this so that I think I can just copy this entire thing. So just copy that so that they don't have to keep on typing that out every single time. So if it is true, then text red dash 400, and then on hover bg slate dash 900, and then right here, and I think we should do, let's do bg red dash 900. I think that's better. And then here we're going to say text red dash 500, and then on hover bg red dash 50. And then inside the button, we're going to have the trash 2 icon, which is going to have a class name. Can't type this out. Close this, come on. So the class name is going to say size dash 3. And then below the icon here, we're going to have a span that says delete task. Now let's go ahead and save that. Let's see what we have. So what I've created is this right here. So all that typing was for these 3 dots. So when you click on it, we're going to have the edit task. Oh, what have I done with the height here? What have I done with the height? The dialog header. Or is it because we don't have any more content inside here? Probably, right? Let's go ahead and let's go below the dialog header. And then let's continue building this out. So we're going to return a div with a class name of space on the y of 6. And then inside here, you want to check for the task.description. Task.description. If it is true, then we're going to return a div. Come on. So give me a div, and then we're going to have a paragraph with dynamic class names. And we're going to say text-sm leading-relaxed, and then $sign curly bracket. If the theme is triple equal to dark is true, then text slate-400. Otherwise, we're going to say text slate-500. And then inside the paragraph, we're simply going to show the task.description. So let's save that so that we see. Okay, there we go. So it's because we did not have any more content. But now if I click on the dropdown, you can see that I have edit task and then delete task. So if I click on edit task, it should show me the edit model, and delete task should delete the task. Now next, we want to go ahead and show the subtasks that are available for this. And for this one, I think we can do a bit of copy pasting from the task card, I think. Is that what we built? Not so much. Let's just go ahead and do it because it's a bit different. So below the task description right here, we want to go ahead and check for the total subtasks. And if it is greater than 0, if that is true, and only when it is true, that's when we don't have a div with a class name of space on the y of 4. Inside this div, we're going to have another div. And then inside this div, we're going to have an h4 with class names here, dynamic. We're going to say text-sm, and font-medium, and margin on the bottom of 4. And then we want to check for theme is equal to dark. If that is true, then text slate-100. Otherwise, we're going to say text slate-900. And then inside the h4, we're going to say subtasks, subtasks, and then open up your parentheses and then curly brackets, completed subtasks of total subtasks. And this closing parenthesis should be at the end here. So subtask then shows the number of subtasks that you've completed out of the total subtasks. So if you save that, it's going to show like that. Now we're going to go below the h4. We're going to have a div with the class name of space on the y of 3. And then this is going to check for the task.subtasks.map. And then for every subtask that we get back, we also want to get back its index. And we're going to go ahead and return a div with the key of index. And then the class name here is going to be dynamic. So we're going to say flex items-center, space on the x of 3, padding all round of 3, rounded-large, transition-colors, and then cursor-pointer. And then have in our check for the theme. So if theme is equal to dark, you can see that I am just copy pasting it because it's easier than typing it out every single time. So if it is equal to dark, then you want to say bg /900, and then on hover bg /800, and then otherwise you can say bg /100, and then on hover bg /200. Then we can close this out. But remember that this div is going to have an on click. So let's have an on click here. So when you click on this div and remove this comma, okay. So on click, we're going to go ahead and call an inline function here called handle subtask toggle, and we're going to pass in the index because we want to toggle the subtask by the index. Now inside this div, we're going to show the checkbox icon, and not the icon rather, but the component from ShadCN. And this is going to be taking the checked prop, which is going to be equal to the subtask.completed. So if a subtask has been completed, then the checkbox is going to be checked. And then it also takes in the onChecked change, which is going to be calling an inline function here called handle subtask toggle, and then pass in the index just like that. And can go ahead and save that to see what you have. So you can see that now when you click on this, it should now toggle the subtask, but I think we have not created that function. We have created the function, but we have not created the convex mutation, right? That's the problem. Right here, we have not created this mutation. So we're going to go below this checkbox. We're going to have a span. This span is going to have dynamic class names. So class name is equal to and text-sm. But now this is not checking for the theme. It is checking for subtask.completed. If it is true, then we're going to go ahead and show text-emerald dash 500, and then line dash through, meaning it's going to be crossed through. Otherwise, we want to check if the theme is now triple equal to dark. If that is true, then we're going to say text dash slate dash 100. Otherwise, we're going to say text slate dash 900. And then inside the span, we're going to show the sub task dot text. So simply it's text rather. If we save that, then you should see right there. Fantastic. Now, once we have this, then we're going to go all the way to the bottom. So skip this, and then these 3 divs, and then this one. And we're going to go ahead and show a div here. And then we're going to have a label. This label is going to have dynamic class names. So block and text-sm and font-medium. And then margin on the bottom of 2. And then when the theme is triple equal to dark, then I'm going to say text slate dash 100. Otherwise, we're going to say text slate dash 900, and then close out the label. And this label is simply going to say the column. Now, below the label, we're going to have a select. So select, and the value for the select here is going to be the column ID. And then on value change. So when you change the value of the select, we're going to call handle column change. Inside the select, we're going to have the select trigger. The select trigger is going to be as follows. It's going to have some dynamic class names. Oops. And we're going to say width dash 1 over 2, so half, then border, then transition dash colors. And then when the theme is triple equal to dark, then we're going to say bg slate dash 100, and then text slate dash 100. This should say 900 instead of 100. This should say slate, and then border dash slate dash 700. And then otherwise, we're going to say bg dash white, and then text slate dash 900, and then border dash slate dash 300. And then inside the select trigger, we are going to have the select value. So select value, which is going to have a placeholder here of select column, and then close it out. And then below the select trigger, we're going to have select content, which is going to have dynamic class names. And this is going to simply say transition dash colors. And then when the theme is equal to dark, we're going to say bg slate dash 900, and then text slate dash 100, and then border dash slate dash 700. And then otherwise, we're going to say bg dash white, text slate dash 900, and then border dash slate dash 200. And instead of having this class here and here as well, you can just remove it and then apply it once like that. And then inside this select content, we are going to map over the columns. So columns.map. And then for every column that we get back, then we're going to go ahead and return this select item. And close it out. It is it's not self-closing, so select item. This is going to take in a key of column dot underscore ID. The value is going to say column dot underscore ID. And then the class name here is going to be dynamic. So transition dash colors. Colors. And then when the theme is equal to dark, we're going to say on hover, we want bg slate dash 800, and then text slate dash 100. And then otherwise, we want on hover bg slate dash 100, and then text slate dash 900. And then inside the select item, we're going to go ahead and return the column dot name, just like that. And I think we should be done. Let's save that. Let's see what we have. Okay, there we go. So it shows you every detail about that particular task. And then it has the column that it is currently on, as you can see. Fantastic. Now, we need to go ahead and create the convex functions. So we need a bunch of functions. We need the delete task, the update task, and which other one? So update task and delete task, I think those two only. Yeah, I think those two only. So let's jump into Convex and then into tasks right here. So let me shrink this down so that we don't have to keep scrolling a bit. And we're going to go ahead and say export const update task. This is going to be equal to a mutation. And then export const delete task is also going to be equal to a mutation, like so. So let's go ahead and start with the update function. And oh, wait a minute. We called it update, not update task. So you can rename it here or you can rename it here. So just call it update, and this other one is called delete. Is it delete or remove? Remove. I called it remove. Okay, now this one is going to take in a bunch of arguments. So it's going to take in, and let's see whether you can copy them from the create right here. I think we can copy this, then shrink it again, then paste them here. So it is going to take in the ID coming from v.id from the tasks table. And then it is going to take in the title, and this should be optional. So v.optional. Not, this seems like a hassle. Let me just remove this. Let's type it out. So v.id coming from the tasks table, and then the title is going to say v.optional, and all of them are going to be optional because we are updating things. So it means that there's already some data that exists and it should be optional whether you want to change it or not. And then the description is going to say v.optional, and then v.string, and then the priority is going to be v.optional, and then v.string. And then next we have the column ID, which is v.optional, and then the v.id coming from the columns table. And then we have the order, which is v.optional, and then v.number. And then we have the subtasks, which is v.optional, and then v.array, and then v.object. Then open this up, and we're going to pass in text as v.string, and then the completed is going to say v.boolean, like so. And then once we have that, then we're going to have our handler function, which is an asynchronous function taking the context and the arguments above. And then we want to get the identity. So let's go ahead and copy this part up to here, copy, and then shrink it down. You can just paste it there. So const identity, and then get the user. If there is no user, then throw new error. And then this one is now going to say const task is equal to, and then get the arguments.id instead of board ID. And then if there's no task, or the task.user ID is not equal to the user._id, then throw new error, and we're going to say task not found. And then below this, now we can go ahead and deal with our updates. So const updates is going to be an empty object. And then now we want to have a bunch of if statements here. But before we have them, let's go ahead and say await context.db.patch, and patch because we are updating something that is already in the database. And we're going to update it using the ID, and then pass in all the updates that we are going to make, and then return await context.db.get, and then pass in the arguments.id. Now for our if statements here, we want to check if the arguments.title is not equal to undefined. If that is true, then we're going to say updates.title is equal to arguments.title. And then let's copy this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think this should be 7. This, what I'm going to do is just highlight this and then Control D, change this into description. And then this next one, highlight, Control D, change this to priority. Then this one, highlight, Control D, change this to column ID. And then right here, this one is now going to say order. And then this one is now going to say subtasks. And we don't need these two. I think those should now be enough. Let me just confirm. I think it's okay. And then that is our entire function. Now we can have our remove function. And the remove function is going to take in the arguments here. And it's going to have the ID coming from v.id from the tasks table. And then our handler function is going to be an asynchronous function taking the context and the arguments. We're going to go ahead and let's copy the identity again. So copy this entire thing, paste it here, and nothing changes above except that now we want to delete the task and we're going to say await context.db.delete, and then pass in the arguments.id, just like that. And that's how you delete a task. And we can save that. And now inside the application, we should now be able to mark this as completed. There we go. So you can see that when it is marked as completed, then we have this line through, and then this one as well right there. Now, you can go ahead and jump into our checkbox. So because we installed this ShadCN component, then we have access to it inside our workspace. So inside the checkbox, what I want to do is that when this is checked, instead of showing white, I want it to show this same color of green. So we're going to go ahead and search for the state of checked right here. And we're going to change this into BG Emerald -500 because that is what we used. And immediately that should change. And then you can copy this, and then we can search for the state of checked once again. So simply just highlight it like so that you can see where it applies again. And then right here, we can say BG Emerald -500. And then on the state of checked, we're going to say order Emerald -500. And we can do maybe, 500 is still okay, I think so. And let's see on the data state checked, we can save that. Let's see. So you can see right there that when it is checked, it has this green check mark now. That looks much better. And then notice how that whether it is checked or not, it is going to also change this up. That looks okay. But then now I've just remembered that inside our task, we are showing the progress bar, but it is not appearing as we expect it to appear, because it should appear on the bottom and then show you like the progress that you've made towards all your completed tasks. So let's go ahead and fix that. And the way that we're going to fix that, let me see if I can remember how I did it. So if we jump into the progress inside our UI, which is this file from ShadCN, notice that we did not create it. Then we should be able to, we have the value here, which we're passing in from the task card. We are passing in the value of percentage completion. So we have access to it here. So instead of this saying BG primary, let's say BG Emerald, that's 500. And let's use 400 for this one. So Emerald 400 and the relative height 2. And then right here, let's also say BG Emerald, that's 400. And then height full. And if we save that, do we have it? Okay, there we go. Fantastic. That's what I wanted. So now if you uncheck one, you can see that even the progress bar here updates. So that looks okay. And I think we are done with this part. We now need to create the edit task, but let's go ahead and try to delete task, and then yes, and delete it. Okay, so it's working. So add new task. Let's say tech coffee break. Let me now capitalize it correctly. And then let's copy this, paste in as a bunch of things, and then here, make coffee, and then drink coffee. And then you can set it as a low priority, and then done. And I don't know why these selects are blank. I'm going to figure that out. So let's say create task, and then we have that right there. Fantastic. So even now our drag and drop should be working. Our drag and drop is not working. Let's say F12. Let's check out what's the issue. Update order. We don't have this function. Tasks and then update order. We don't have that function. Let's go ahead and fix that right away. And we're going to do that right below this function. So export const update order. This is a mutation. So this is going to take in some arguments. It is going to take in the task ID coming from v.id from the tasks table. Oops, really. It is also going to take in the new column ID as v.id coming from the columns table. And then it is going to take in the new order, which is v.number. Because remember that the order, we are storing the columns in the order, and the order are numbers. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So depending on the order that you place it in, then you want to update this number. Now our handler is going to be an asynchronous function taking the context and the arguments. And we're going to go ahead and let's do copy pasting again because we don't want to type all of this out. So copy this entire thing, then shrink it down. Let's paste it here. And then right below this, we want to go ahead and we want to check if the column exists and the user is the owner of that column. So we're going to say const new column is going to be await context.db.get and then passing the arguments.new column ID. And then if there is no new column, or the new column dot user ID is not equal to the user dot underscore ID, user dot underscore ID, then I'm going to say throw new error, and we're going to say column not found. And if there is a column, then we're going to say await context.db.patch, then passing the arguments.task ID, and we want to update the column as follows. We're going to say column ID is going to say arguments.new column ID, and then the order is going to say arguments.new order, just like that. And I think with that, we first of all need to await, so return await context.db.get, and then passing the arguments.task ID. And that should be the entire function complete. Let's save that. And let's try it out. So drag and drop it here. Still not working. Is it working? Oh, it says object is missing the required field new order. So where is the task card where we have our grip vertical? Right here on click. Where is our actually, is it this component? It should be and you know what? I just noticed it's because I've misspelled this new order and I've written this. That's the issue. That is the issue. So where is the new order? Let me just search for new order, what I misspelled. Okay, so it's not in this file. Control Shift F and then new ODER. That's what I read. That's what I wrote. What I read. So update task order right here, new order right there. So save it. It was in the board.jsx, so quite a long time ago. I'm happy that we have found it. So now we can go ahead and try to drag and drop. And okay, why is it still not working now? So it's saying something like must provide argument 1 ID to get in task.js lane number 195. 195 right here. Also, this is wrong. This should say task ID. Okay, so that's the problem in copying and pasting and not confirming. So if not task user ID, okay, so now save that. Now please work. So drag and drop. Okay, fantastic, there we go. So now our drag and drop is working. And you can see that every time that I shift it, then this number also shifts because we are updating the columns. So in the next video, let's go ahead and work on the edit task model, which is this part right here. And for this one, we're going to do a lot of copying and pasting because it is very similar to the add task model, and I don't want to type this all out again. So for the edit task model, I'm going to go ahead and do a bit of copy pasting from the create task model because this is very similar to the component that we're about to build. And as you can see, it is a very huge component. So we're going to be doing a lot of copy pasting. Now, I'm going to open this up here as well as the edit task model right here. And then I'm going to go ahead and drag this to the right so that it is going to appear as split screen. Now I can go ahead and copy all the inputs. I know that we're going to need them and paste them in. And then we need this function that is called sortable subtask because this is what we're going to be using to drag and drop. So let's shrink it down and then let's copy it. I think it should be similar to what we are using here, but let me go ahead and just confirm it. Okay, it seems very, very similar. if we are going to have any issues, then we are going to find out when you're testing it out. And then the edit task model right here takes in the task as well as the on close and then the theme as well. And then we're going to go ahead and copy all of these state values because obviously, oops, did I copy it? Okay, I did. And then below this, we are going to need update task. So instead of create task, now we need update task. So let's go ahead and type it out. So const update task. I don't think we have this function. This is going to be equal to a use mutation. And then passing api.tasks.update. Do we have it? Oh, we have it. So we created it. And then const columns is equal to use query. And then passing api.columns.list. And this takes in the board ID. And I think if I shrink this down, how does it look? Okay, that's not going to be visible in the video. Board ID, and then we're going to pass in task.board ID. Otherwise, we're simply going to return an empty array. And then you can copy the sensors here. So copy the sensors, copy and paste them in. It doesn't change anything. And then we need the handle add task, the remove task, and subtask change, as well as drag end. So all those functions, as you can see, copy, paste them here. And then we need the handle submit, but I think we're going to need to modify it a bit. So let's just copy the handle submit and then paste it here as well. And then let me just confirm what we are doing. So handle submit, e.prevent default, trim, and then valid subtasks. And then instead of create task, we need update task. Update task. This needs to take in the ID as task._ID so that it gets the correct task that we need to update. And then title, description, priority, subtasks, and then the column ID. So we don't need the board ID. And then once we do that, then we don't need to reset all of these styles because we're going to be calling the onClose. And I said styles, but I meant state values. So we're going to be calling onClose to close the model and then toast.success. Fantastic. And then I can begin to build this out. So once again, we're going to return a dialog. So copy and paste it here. And then close it out. And then we're going to have dialog content. So copy this. And let's copy even the dialog header. Copy and paste it here. Just remember that we need to close up the dialog. We need to close up the dialog content. Dialog. Okay. And then this is now not going to say add new task. It's going to say update task. Update task. And actually not, it's not update, it's edit, because we are in the edit task model. And then we're going to have our form here. So the form is going to have, let's copy it one by one so that we don't have any issues. So we're going to go below the header, paste it in. Inside the form, we're going to have this div, which has a label, which we're going to go ahead and copy. Copy the entire div. So this div ends here, just ensuring that I'm copying the correct thing, and then paste it here. And I don't think the values inside here should change, but let's go ahead and save that. Let's see what the edit task model looks like. What's broken? What's broken? What's broken? F12. It says use query is not defined. So use query right here, Control spacebar, and then enter, which is going to import it somewhere. It imports it. Okay, there we go. And then there we go. So open this up again, edit task, and we should see is open is not defined. That is because this should not say is open. It should say true. Save that. And then now open this up once again, edit task, and there we go. So edit task is right there. Let's shrink this down. And then I think it should be safe to copy all of these other divs. So one div and then two div for the subtasks, which ends here. And then div 3 for the priority, which ends here. And then number 4 for the column, which ends here. And then the button. So copy. And then let's go ahead and paste it right below this div. And if we save it, then let's see. So nothing breaks. Nothing breaks. Oh wait, something does break. It does break because when we are editing, this should be pre-filled. So that breaks. Let me confirm what this is. So column ID. And oh, you know what? It's because of our state values. So I think we are now done with this file. We can now close it. But now our state values need to be pre-filled. So instead of this being an empty string, we're going to say it is going to be task.title by default. And then this is going to say task.description or an empty string. And then this is going to be medium. And what it should be task.priority. Priority or medium. And then this one should say task.subtasks. Let's remove this. Task.subtasks or an empty array. And then this one should now say task.column ID. And I don't think, are we using this anywhere? Column ID. Let's go ahead and first of all save this. And I think this should have an else here that it can show an empty string if there's an issue. Let's save that, and there we go. So now we are editing this. Okay, so subtasks is wrong, right? Subtasks is wrong, and this is still having the same issue. And I just noticed that our functions need to be a bit different. So here we are spreading in all the subtasks, but then we also want to go ahead and get the text and set it to an empty string like so, and then completed is going to be false. And then for the handle remove, this doesn't change anything. And then handle subtask change, the updated is subtask.map, and then subtask, and then index. If index is true, then we're going to change this part. Okay, so this is going to be as follows. So open up your curly brackets, spread in the subtask, and then the text for this is going to be equal to the value. So handle subtask change, and then set subtasks into updated. Okay, and then handle drag end should be okay, and handle submit I think is also okay. So let's save that. Let's see what we have. So object, and what was this one? This one was an issue here, and this one was what? So we're not using use effect here. And column ID. And then I've just noticed something else. When we are in this select of the column, this needs to say column ID. And then this is going to say set column ID. That's why we are using the column ID. And now if we go ahead and save that, does it fix it anything? It doesn't fix it. Okay, so I'm trying to figure this out, and I just noticed that once we have changed the value here to column ID and set column ID, then this now behaves properly. So that therefore means that I messed it up in the task model as well, I think. Was it task model? No, create task model. I think that's why I messed it up also. So inside this select, this should say column ID, and then set column ID. Okay, debugging. Now, since I've checked this entire file, and I'm noticing that it seems as though the issue is in our sortable subtask. So let's jump into this. Let's shrink this down. And then let me figure out what the issue is from here. Okay, and the issue is right here. We are getting back the subtask. We need to get the text in the subtask. So if you save that, and there we go, finally. So you can see that now we can edit, we can add a new subtask. Let's say something like do the dishes. And then when we create task, and this should say update, right? This should say update instead of create. Let's fix that in our submit button. So let's say update. And there we go. So if we say update, then it should now update. Now what's the issue? What's the issue? Subtask.trim is not a function. So where do I have subtask.trim? This should say subtask.text.trim, whatever I've just said. And then now update task. And it says .trim is not a function, really? handle submit. Where is our handle submit? Oh, it's right here. I mean, text is equal to, I mean, this should say dot text, right? It should say dot text because we are getting the text inside the subtask and then trimming it to remove any extra space at the end. And then dot map, right? And then dot map. Oh, what am I doing? Let me write this again. It seems to be confusing. Const valid subtasks is equal to subtasks dot filter, and then for every subtask that we get back, then subtask dot text dot trim, and then outside of this dot map, and then for every subtask that we get back, then we want to open this up, and we're going to set the text into subtask dot text dot trim, and then completed is going to be subtask dot completed. Okay, save that now. Let's see. Text dot trim is not a function, so update. Okay, now it's working. There we go. So you can see that now we have this third task updated. And if we go back and check our doing here, oh, and by the way, did you notice that if we go ahead and edit the task and then change its column, so if I set it into done and then update it, then it's going to jump into this column right here. So that's looking very, very nice. Now you can see that the subtasks are 0 out of 3 because we have updated them. Fantastic. So the next thing that we need to do is what exactly? Let me confirm this. I think now the next function we need to create, or the next component, is the edit column model. So for this one, I'm going to do something similar that I've done for the edit task model, which is just copy pasting. Hopefully we're not going to run into as many errors. So let's jump into edit column model right here. And then let's go ahead and open up create column model. And then let's place this to the right so that we can do some copy and pasting. So let's go ahead and begin this. Let's copy all of that. And we also need the preset colors, by the way. So copy, paste them inside there. And then the edit column model takes in the is open, as well as the on close, and then the board ID, and then the theme. And then we need our state values here. So name, select color, and create column. Copy and paste them here. Paste it, okay. And then our handle submit, let's copy the handle submit. Hopefully there's nothing wrong with it. Let me just confirm it now that we are here. So handle submit e.prevent default, and then return the if there is no name, and then await create column. Oh, is it await create column? Or it should be update column. We're going to find out in a moment. So set selected color into this, on close, and then toast.success. Okay, that looks okay. At least this file isn't as big as the other one. So we're going to return the dialog, paste it there, oops, paste it there. The dialog is equal to is open, and then on open changes on close, okay. And then dialog content, and then dialog header, copy, paste it, close up the dialog content. And then below the dialog header, we're going to have our form, which I'm just going to shrink down and then copy the entire thing. So form, and then paste it here. And then we can close this now. And let's go ahead and check that everything is correct. So we first want to get the column name, which is going to be, this is an input value name, and then set name, that's okay. And then column color is this one, where we're mapping over the preset colors, and then set selected color, and then background color. That also looks okay. And then our edit column, this is now going to say, let's say update column. Save that. And then let's test it out. So edit. Oh, okay. So something is already broken. And you know what? I was doing the absolute wrong thing. So right here, we need the column, and then we need the on close and the theme. We don't need the board ID. I was doing the exact same thing from the create column model instead of doing the edit column model. And then here we want to get the column.name, really, column.name, and then this is going to say column.color, column.color, and then this is going to say api.columns.create. So not .create but .update. We have this function. We have this function update. So we don't have it, so we need to go ahead and update it. Now instead of this saying create column, I can say Control D to highlight even this one, change it into update column. And then our handle submit is going to be, we're going to remove the board ID, but we're going to need the ID coming from the column._ID. And then the name is that one, and then the color is selected color. And then we don't need to reset this, but we're going to call onClose and then toast.success. And then this is now going to say column updated. Oh, and did we update the toast message in the edit task model? I don't think we did, right? Let's find where we have toast.success. This is going to say task updated. Save that. And where do we have the other toast? In the import. Okay. Now the dialog here is going to be equal to, the open prop is going to be equal to true instead of is open. And then dialog content, and then this is going to say edit column. So edit column, and then we're going to call handle submit, and everything else should remain the same. So column name, and yeah, I think that should be okay. So let's save that. Let's try and test it out. So right there, you can see that this is already working. So if I change this into something like groceries, and then change its color to this, and then update column, then it should now update. Oh, we don't have this function. Why do I keep on forgetting the convex functions? So let's jump into columns. Is that the correct file? Columns, right? Okay, columns.update. So convex, convex, and then inside columns, let's go right before the delete. Our delete is right here. So let's shrink this down as well so that we don't have to jump into all those files every single time. So export const, what do I call it? Update. This is going to be equal to augmentation. And it's going to take in some arguments here. So it's going to take in the ID as v.id coming from the columns table. It is going to take in the name as v.optional and then v.string. It is going to take in the color as v.optional and then v.string. And then our handler function is going to be asynchronous, taking the context and the arguments. And then let's go ahead and copy the identity that we have here. So copy all the way up to, I think that should be okay. Copy that and then paste it on top. So that now we're going to go ahead and say const updates is going to be an empty object. And then if arguments.name is not equal to undefined, then it means that you have updated your name or the name of the column. So you can say updates.name is equal to arguments.name. Then copy this down, copy paste. And then this one, highlight and then Control D, Control D. This one is now going to say color because you can only edit the name and the color of the column. So those are the only two things that we need to update. And then I'm going to say await context.db.patch, db.patch. And then I'm going to pass in the arguments.id and then pass in the updates like so. And then return await context.db.get. Then pass in the arguments.id. And then let me confirm that we don't make the same mistake. So this is ID. Okay, that's correct. Save that, and then you can shrink it down. And let's jump into our application, say update column, and there we go. So you can see that now it has been updated into groceries as well as the color. Fantastic.